looked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
See, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hard work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano too. This might just be enough.
DreamHack Stockholm, it's on the horizon, but for right now, who gives a damn? Because we have to see still which teams are going to be going from Asia. Hello, I'm Achilleos, here alongside Wolf, back from vacation, ready to jump right back into the Overwatch grind for some OWCS Japan.
That's right. So we are still on the road to Stockholm here, but we're a long way away, many steps, the beginning of the journey to that OWCS, the ocean. That is the OWCS LAN that these Japanese teams will have to wade through because it's going to be a very tough competition. Of course, you could then qualify for Stockholm to be with the greats from around the world at the end of the year of OWCS. And today, we have only 2 matches. We have the beginning of the playoffs.
Good point.
If you were there yesterday with us to witness the Namakuji Bros going from meme team to dream team, you'll know they're actually in our top 6 here. They made it to the playoffs.
By taking down the Supreme team.
Yeah. From meme team to dream team, taking out the Supreme team.
Yeah, in reverse sweep fashion of all things. So Namakuchi looking to maybe continue on with some of that magic that they were putting on display yesterday. But of course, we'll jump into this our games here today because for Namakuchi, the upward battle starts very much now, or at least not right now. It's going to be in the second series, but off the rip, we're going to have REVATI versus NyamGaming. This one, I think, is going to be a pretty contentious battle between the two.
Definitely will be. I think REVATI come in, if they're playing their best, as strong favorites, but NyamGaming also have had better days than REVATI has in some of their recent matches. REVATI's form right now is very up and down, so hard to know what we're going to see from my GOAT, Hofak, and how well he's going to be playing today. We've seen a lot of changes in the meta as well here in Japan. We're seeing some teams go still to that Winston style with the Ana Brigida. We're seeing a lot more Juno right now and lots of different compositions based around that. One of the new ones being the Ramatra Juno, where you just have an insane amount of damage on your Annihilation and your Nemesis form. When you have that beam on top of you, the Orbital Ray, and you just chunk people out, you're very difficult to kill. But it relies on placing your ultimate well. It's a very tricky composition that I think a lot of teams haven't figured out yet. I don't think we have a solidified meta. We have INSOMNIA playing later. Yeah. They have their own meta, which is to just put aid on Cassidy and let him carry. So it's going to be a wild day, to say the least.
Yeah, I'm curious, especially about that second series, but across the board. I mean, this is this down to brass tacks. You know, this is the playoffs. This is where you can kind of start that run, that attempt to try to make your way over here for the Asia Major LAN, and then potentially even punch your ticket over to DreamHack. So it's all starting to culminate, and it feels like it's been a very short season, but it's not been. Like we've been at it for a good long while here. Yeah. I think it's been the downtime, which is obviously good for some of the teams. It allows them to make the necessary changes to improve their rosters as well as just get some nice practice in. But yeah, it feels weird to already be here at the kind of the last home stretch.
Yeah, we're at some of the final hurdles here. In terms of format, obviously both teams today will be eliminated completely and will also be eliminated for being able to clinch OWCS Asia. If you win today, then even if you lose in the matches tomorrow, you'll still have that opportunity in that final wildcard match to potentially go to the LAN. So this is a really big one because if you win this, you get at least 2 more chances to make it to Asia. You win 2 in a row, then you go directly. It's going to be a tough climb, though, because Varel and Lazuli are in wait in that second round of our bracket. And, you know, I'm kind of hoping that not that I care per se what results we get, but I hope Namakuji Brothers really challenge INSOMNIA later on today. Sure. I hope Nyam can prove that they're a force to be reckoned with. We might see 3-0s today, but I really hope not, because yesterday's reverse sweep was really fun. We saw a lot of evolution over the series, a lot of different strategies.
Cecil was looking great, especially on that push.
Yeah, the Cecil looking great, but also, you know, we saw from the side of the Supreme, why am I, Miku Fan Club Supreme, thank you, Wolf, head, brain working, Miku Fan Club Supreme, that they were going to play Roadhog, you know, like they had some really funky strategies prepared. Yep. They played Mercy as well with the Roadhog to try to get that extra res to then look for a second hook and stuff like that. Some more strategical depth is coming out in this region, so I hope we see something like that and not just outclassings in this series, because that's often how the first round of playoffs goes in any esport.
Who got I didn't actually see. Who got the MVP or the player of the match yesterday?
Necessal got it.
It was Necessal? Okay.
Yeah.
Because in my head, I was like, I think it's going to be Peace. I think Peace has got it. I think he's got it nailed down.
Peace had a few games yesterday where he kind of went too deep. Like he was like, oh, I can get one more stagger, and then like chased them back to spawn, and then got punished, and then they lost the next fight because he wasn't there in time, even though he's on Tracer. He did have, obviously, as you're saying, a ton of clutch moments as well, and I don't think they would have gotten to that reverse sweep without him. But Necessal, I think, was consistent throughout.
Sure.
And the whole game plan yesterday, if you guys missed it, was like, I called it Nuke Necessal. Because
the front line.
They just had to make sure that this Winston went down, and then they won the fight. And that was the crux of everything. And the operation for the other side was Operation Kill Kila, because he was the one who was playing the Casty a lot of the time. So we'll see if there's a little bit more mirrored compositions. I think in this REVATI NyamGaming, we'll see a little bit more mirrored instead of just, okay, Tayo's doing the Mei thing, they're doing the Winston thing type of gameplay.
Yep. Well, oh, okay. Ryan is always about to say, we're just chilling. We're just waiting to catch up here alongside the Japanese casters. They go ahead and they fly the schedule. So it seems like we're moving on. And we can start talking about the whole breakdown. I think that most of you at this point will, of course, know exactly what is happening and how everything has been and will be unfolding throughout this year. I already mentioned the wild card. That is still there. For any of the teams that fell shy of the mark, that couldn't make it, as their number one seeds coming out of their regions and whatnot, there's still an opportunity to be able to work their way through the wild card tournament. So we'll see which region is going to come out on top of that one. Because I think in the past we would say, like, okay, yeah, it's probably Korea. I'm a lot less certain about it these days. I think that it very well could be one of these, a Japanese squad who ends up falling shy of the mark. It could very well be one of the Pacific teams. You look at Full House, you look at, etc. It's definitely some moments and some chances for them to be able to make it through. Map pool hasn't changed, not going to change, at least here in this stage.
Yeah, we do have, like you're saying, though, a lot more competitive of a pool of teams. I think that would potentially go into that wild card that we did in our first stage. So I do tend to agree that, it might end up being a little bit more interesting than what we saw last time around. Map pool here hasn't changed, but some of the priority has changed. We're seeing a lot more Runasapi right now. Obviously, New Junk City also a little bit more common. But this is the bracket, so you can see today we have REVATI Nyam, Namakuji, INSOMNIA. Barrel, because they came in as the first seed, because they did end up winning that match against INSOMNIA, brought themselves also to that first seed in the seeding qualifier. They ended up coming in first. They actually have their choice of whoever wins today. And then Lazuli will get the second team. If you lose tomorrow, then you play that final match, then go to that wild card you were talking about on Wednesday. And will be played right afterwards. So you end up losing that tough matchup, and then you go straight into that match at the end of the night. And then we'll have our finals on Sunday, a little bit of an earlier time, around 1 p.m.
Yeah, so I mean, not quite, a second round double elimination bracket, but that opportunity to be able to play for that position in the wild card so that you're still in contention to be able to make it over for the LAN. So very curious to see how all this one is going to be shaking out. Beryl and Lazuli similarly just going to be sat there watching these games, studying, trying to anticipate, who their potential opponents are going to be. I think for Lazuli, you have a slightly easier assumption that you could make, but Namakuji, if they're going to continue to be on the up and up, nothing is with certainty. I mean, we just saw, last weekend, Falcons taking down Crazy Raccoon. It's bringing them their first loss in forever. So nothing is certain right now here at this stage. But we've got REVATI versus NyamGaming to start things off. I think this is going to be a very entertaining back and forth between these two squads because they have been trending in very similar positions across the bracket. And then we get into Namakuji versus INSOMNIA to see if that momentum is going to carry over.
Yep, that is the dream for Namakuji Brothers, to actually end up making it to that top 4. It would be such an insane leap from being really our worst team last season and being unable to actually find any strong footing outside of the Namakuji Brothers comp, never able to play meta, never able to be standard, and then ironically playing the most standard Winston dive meta comp yesterday throughout that entire series. So fun times. As in just a moment, we'll take a look at who is on the starting lineups for REVATI versus Nyam, as that will be the first matchup, and to see if we get any hints about, with seeing who is playing, what sort of compositions we will see on Control. And I believe, Nyam has the higher seed, if I'm not mistaken, so I believe it's their map pick going into Control. No surprises here.
Yep, nothing really shocking. Hofak, Haratun. I mean, to my knowledge, have we even seen Solace play?
No, not yet.
Yeah, didn't think so. So Saul is still just going to be waiting there on the bench in case he is going to be needed. Fearful starting over Kotaro, and then Hesty as well as Epic. Damn, they're so good they have Hesty twice.
Yeah, it's supposed to be NHZ up there, but Hesty starting over Hesty, always feeling great. Oh, they
Nice.
nailed it.
Thank you, production.
Yeah, so I don't know if NHZ is registered on the roster today or not. There's been days where he is, and there's days where he isn't, and this team has also sometimes swapped him into DPS, swapped him into the tank. There's been a little bit of weird stuff swap-wise going on for REVATI towards the end of the season, but the main part of this roster really is the DPS lineup of Hofak and Harutun. The Tracer player does, of course, play a little bit of Venture. REVATI, very much a strong team, and a team that was one of the dark horses last season. This season, though, trending downward at the end when it matters most. So we'll see if tonight they can raise it back up.
Yeah, this is the time to rally. This is the time to really just be focused in here on your gameplay. But on the opposite side, here's NyamGaming. Nothing too shocking here. Doc's been playing for the most part. Haven't really seen Chung too much, I don't believe.
Yeah.
As it's going to be Daisy and Scarlet, the ones to mostly keep our eyes on. But Mimosa likes to they actually both supports on NyamGaming like to get involved in the kill feed quite a lot.
Yeah, and Mimosa's Ana is fantastic. I think that's a really standout pick for him. Obviously known for his Lucio as well, but his Ana has been really, really strong and a big reason why Nyam have looked so much better. Scarlet has such a flexible hero pool. Will play the Pharah, has been playing it a ton when they do want to do that Pharah Winston dive. Daisy, almost exclusively a Tracer player in a lot of these matchups, but will also go to long-range hit scan as well when it's needed, especially the Widowmaker when we go to maps like Circuit Royale. So a very well-rounded roster here for NyamGaming, and we'll see what they are going to be looking like form-wise today, because form on the day has really been, I feel like, the big decider for a lot of our Japanese best-of-5s that are for elimination. As is today, is Lijiang Tower will be the map selection.
All right, Lijiang to start things off. So back to an old classic. Let's see if we don't want to have 3 games today, actually, so we can't get the World Tour. So never mind. That's just going to be impossible. So we'll see if we get a little bit.
We'll see if we get 2/3.
Yeah, do we get the old or do we get the new? In that second series, we'll have to wait and see. But for now, Lijiang Tower to start things off. So, depending on which sub-map we go to, obviously going to be expecting maybe to see some Tracer Echo, some Pharahs in the mix here, potentially some Ashe. There's a lot that could be done.
Juno, Ramatra definitely will be played by one of these teams for sure, especially on Control Tower.
All right, well, it is time to find out as the game is ready to go. So let's go ahead and get loaded up into Lijiang Tower, see where we're going, whether or not Wolf's prediction is going to be correct. But yeah, Juno seems like she is very much starting to take over here the competitive landscape. It wasn't just a one-off thing, I suppose, from Violet and co over on Zeta Division.
Yeah, REVATI highlighting Hesty on the pick right now. Do have Fearful on that Ramatra, so this is kind of the composition minus the Junkrat that I was talking about. Likely to be a Tracer instead, although Junkrat has been getting a little bit more popular here in Japan. As started off by Tayo. Will not be the case in this one. This is going to be the Tracer, I think, after we see the Symmetra teleports, whereas Nyam is going to play Genji Tracer dive with this Mauga, and in fact, Hofak swaps over to the Ashe. So not going to be running the full dive with this Ramatra, where you just put the walls up and execute targets.
A bit different look here from both of these squads. So now Doc's leading the charge, putting some piece of damage into the Epic, who ends up getting taken down first and foremost as Daisy is able to collect 2. Hesty similarly eliminated. As Hofak will get 1 there, taking down the Tracer, but ultimately is going to be in a bit of a poor spot, overrun, and will get picked off here after some additional stagger. So there's the cleanup, and that is going to be the first cap going the way of NyamGaming.
Epic's going to swap here, Fearful going to swap. They want something that's a little bit more robust. The Ramatra doesn't offer that much peel, and they just got overrun, no pun intended, by NyamGaming's composition to just run past the Ramatra and kill the backline with this dive. Fantastic start here for Nyam.
Epic going to take it low. As there's the rush forward. Put down on the ground there for a brief moment is Doc, but Scarlet able to find 1 as Epic will fall, and that's going to be clean up, dash across. Fearful dead. Scarlet collecting 3 here in the fight. Can't quite find that 4th one, but it's going to be a team kill. Oh, are you ready for this one? It's back. Where's the graphic?
It's gone.
Oh my god. They've killed my joy. Either way, 34.5% ticking up. NyamGaming in control. I can't do it if there's no graphic.
Yeah. It might come back, don't worry. Just don't make it too shy. All right, one more chance here for REVATI to turn the tides on ult economy.
Oh, well, Daisy in deep, got slept. There's a flashbang into the final shot. Hofax able to pick him up, but fearful, nearly dead. Tucks back around the corner. For now, why not? That Kitsune Rush still holding them at bay here at the choke. Ball coming up, but not really cutting off anything, as now they're looking to take the fight outside of the dropship. The run coming through. Scarlet, however, going to get picked off. Torpedoes come in. Hesse will find one, but Epic going to be traded out. Hesse took himself a second. Doc's going to be taken down. Using that beam, though, just to try to start working their way forward. We'll start creeping over here towards the point as Wide Out on the opposite side of the glass, just going to be giving some waves.
Yeah, he can just teleport back to his allies. There's no reason to chase him. He's trying to sell the idea, like, maybe you could come and try to catch me. They're not going to fall for it. He does just teleport back. Daisy holding onto a pulse bomb here on the flank. Nyam in a fantastic spot in terms of ultimates here.
It's been spotted.
Yeah, this Blizzard placement is going to be everything for REVATI.
Okay, well, aggro beat into the blade, going to be pulled through. Scarlet going to be kept at bay here for now. Hofax does get counted down. Blade widely going to be a bit of a whiffy one here for them. NyamGaming still are going to be able to find the cleanup here. Scarlet participation not required, but still is going to be there. That is going to be yet another team kill coming across as the counter flip is back into control here of NyamGaming.
NyamGaming just, aggressively beat forward, draw out the Dragon Blade. Really nice play from Mimosa. Also speed boosts his way towards the edge and knocks those players away from the contest. Haruto not able to use his Blizzard. This is going to get really awkward now as Fearful tries to approach the point. Well, he does nano.
Yes, Mauga is the deadliest. His way around the corner. Hofax immediately going to be dealt with. Epic taken down right as soon as he sends in that ultimate. But ultimately, it's not going to be saving a damn person. Harton will be able to go ahead and put one down, but he'll get cleaned up. That is going to be another team kill as NyamGaming move up 126%.
The Blizzard just used in desperation because that was going to be the last fight of the game. Did they lose it? And they did, in fact, lose it. So, really nice play with the dive here from Nyam. The Genji just able to operate so well if you get those resets, and they were able to catch Hofax multiple times there, threaten Haruto as well on the side, outpaced the Ramatra that was started there. I think one of the big things for REVATI that lost them a lot of control was they ended up, when they chased for that dropship fight, sure, they won it. They dropped the, orbital ray in that fight. I think if they had held that for the last fight that lost them control, maybe they would have had a better chance. I think he's just giving us
For real? No. All right, we'll just be back over onto the Genji. Daisy similarly there with the Tracer. No real reason to make too many overarching changes here for the side of the Nyam. We'll just be that Junker Queen swapped over. Play into this Ramatra brawl a little bit more. Similar scenes though for REVATI. Just going to be Haruto over onto the Tracer instead of the main this time around. And Slowfield's going to be coming up, and already Daisy into the back. Able to get on top of the Ash, and Hofax is taken out. Haruto now dead as Mimosa talked about what their supports earlier on. Gets himself on the board nice and early, so NyamGaming very much poised to go ahead and get the first cap.
Yeah, this is really just not working for REVATI. Getting once again overwhelmed by this dive. Even with the Junker Queen, doesn't matter whether it's Junker Queen coming through or really anything else. I mean, commonly Winston, even with a comp like this, if your tank just doesn't have great peel, you're not going to be able to stop the Genji from getting through. If he gets a dash reset, you fall apart. Very squishy lineup overall. Haruto now on the Mei. Once again.
He's looking a bit off here for Hofax. I mean, just sitting on the dynamite, but late on the peak timing to be able to actually try to get the pop there. For now, walled off is Mimosa, but still, I mean, they're just plus boarding onto the rest of the members. The Scarlet collects too. Hofax, Epic both dead here at the Genji's hands. He's looking for a little bit more, trying to pound down Hesse. He took him down to a sliver of HP, but the team is there for the alley. The Scarlet will give his life, but it's in exchange for another team kill. I believe the fourth one that they've gotten so far here on Lijiang,
yeah.
And 35% already built up.
I mean, NyamGaming is, I said coming into this one, I thought it would provide to be slight favorites if they play at their best. They're certainly not. Hofax not having his best day, but NyamGaming are making it look like, man, this could be a stomp. They're just crushing every fight. Their composition has a lot of strengths into what REVATI are running. Fearful on this Doomfist now. That'll offer you some heal.
Pulse bomb out. Epic taken down. I'm not even sure that was a stick. Either way, the kill is going to be found here. The wall's going to be broken. Fearful with his fist up, trying to survive with the knife. Eventually will cut him down. Deflects up into the faces, pushes back with the flashbang here onto Hofax, so he is easily cleaned up. And I mean, this is looking like 100-0 spawn camp territory here for NyamGaming.
I mean, NyamGaming are just looking like the much better team right now. They're absolutely outpacing, outrunning, outspeeding, outthinking. Oh,
Rampage across, triple 4. You've got no way to mitigate this one. Blizzard using desperation. Hesse trying to send out that orbital ray. Try to keep it everybody alive. Hofax does still get caught up. Why not eventually taking down the enemy Juno? Epic now going to be dead as well, and it's going to be a team kill once again.
That's the
here
map.
in front of the spawn room doors. It was just one ultimate, and it drew out 2.
Yeah, I actually didn't even realize it hit Epic. As you said, it hit 4, not 3. And Scarlet's got his blade. They have the sound barrier. There is no winning this for
Nox
REVATI.
is just here along the back side, just tucked away. They peek out. Hessy's dead. Using that beat back cap attempt here from the side of Hofax, who's had the swap over on the Tracer. Now he's going to be held at bay. Recalls back up to full HP. Just dashing around, trying to keep things extended here while the rest of the team desperately tries to join in. Fearful will be able to arrive with the Doomfist. Hessy swapping over onto Lucio similarly to try to get into position. Epic able to find one. He's going to be taken down. Now the blade's going to be pulled out right as that Suzu comes across. 1 swipe, 2 kills. Epic Fearful's going to be taken down, and there you have it. It's going to be 100-0 as NyamGaming will go ahead and clear out Lijiang Tower in 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, even the observers were like, get your map 2 pick in, it's done.
Yeah, it's over. Keep it going.
That was
dominance.
That was dominance. That was a composition that is very strong into what REVATI were running, because they didn't run, you know, I mentioned earlier you can run the Tracer with the Mei. We've seen that a little bit, and that offers you a little bit of extra damage because the Mei slows the front target, right, or walls them off. If you don't have a way to then burst that target down, depending on who you get with the wall, then sometimes it kind of falls apart. If you have an Ashe in the composition, you know, it can work. Obviously, you isolate someone and they fire on range, but the damage output, the DPS, the speed at which a Tracer could do that damage is a little bit higher. It's not a common composition to run the Tracer, but it is getting more popular in Japan. But they, you know, their Tracer players playing the Mei, so like it gets a little bit sticky in these types of situations. I do wonder if, had they just tried to match going to that second fight, maybe they would have had a better chance, because they just got absolutely run over. Genji's flying through the backline. Scarlet is getting dash resets. You have a very, very strong Tracer player also that is just going to give you hell. And then when you watch how well they're playing around the Lucio, the speed boosts are fantastic. The sound barriers are held when they need to be held. Yeah. Aggressively used when they need to set Scarlet up. It was just, I mean, straight up NyamGaming looking like the far better team. And I didn't expect this first map to be this one-sided, but it's starting to make me wonder what the series could be if this continues.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be looking quite like that either. And I think one of the biggest issues that you're going to have is that, you know, I don't think I'm unreasonable in saying that a lot of the success of REVATI can rest on the shoulders of the impact from Hofax, because this guy is just an incredible Ashe player. But he was just getting picked apart. I mean, you have a Genji when you have Scarlet playing the way that he's playing, and then you have Daisy as well, who's just getting neutral kills, opening picks. You know, they're on Gardens onto the Ashe. You're having a bad time, and just there's not enough adjustments you can really do where you're going to offer him enough peel to really enable that Ashe. So if he's not having an individual carry performance to begin with, you just can't really even try to play around it.
Yeah, you need to be able to have a tank that can peel if you're going to play the Ashe with the Juno, because the Juno doesn't really offer any peel or utility. She just offers a ton of single target healing as well as some damage, right? Like her damage is not insignificant, but it's not really what her kit's about. The torpedoes are like negligible. I mean, it's great on multi-targets. Obviously, you can make a huge impact with a massive set of torpedoes, but that's not really why you play her. So if you're putting all your heals into the Ramatra and he's your backbone, or putting them all into the Mei so that she can keep her ice block, or she can survive out of her ice block to get another ice block, then your Ashe is just out in no man's land, doesn't have any protection. And so unfortunately, while I think Ramatra Juno is really good, maybe not the Ashe in this one, especially into a team that's playing full dive. I think they should have been willing to swap earlier. Yep. And maybe they just were like, all right, this is the strat we prepared for this map. We're going to stick with it. We're going to keep it. And we'll see something different moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a tough position to be in as far as the map pick is concerned, because I think that overall, in the past at least, you'd be like, okay, well, let's go to something with some longer sight lines where, you know, Hofax can kind of just get postured up, put into a position, and then just kind of start going off from there. But if Daisy and Scarlet are going to be able to just get on top of this Ashe and you're not going to have the peel available, then you're going to have a rough time. Because I was thinking like maybe they go for something like a King's Row, where you know, start off on the defense, have them up onto that high ground, just taking some pot shots, etc., etc. But Scarlet could just stay with the Genji on that map. There's not really too much of a reason to have to change.
I feel like Dorado almost feels safer than King's Row.
Maybe.
but because I think Genji's really strong on King's Row in general because it's pretty tight. He gets a lot of value from his Swift Strikes. Very strong on A as well.
But you also have a lot more routes that you have to be cognizant of if you're on the defending side, because Genji could just rotate around that coast side, come up over the wall, suddenly he's in behind, and just gets a jump on you in the back line. So it's... I think it's a pick your poison type position to be in, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just go to Push, because Push is a map where you can neutralize ult economy really well, and Genji is often reliant on ult economy. Not on Lijiang Tower in this case, because he was getting most of those team fights done just vanilla, just through really good dive coordination with Daisy on the Tracer, and having good target selection, and maximizing damage output on single target, mostly Hofak, but sometimes the support line as well found themselves vulnerable. But Push, you can kind of be like, okay, well, you're playing Genji. We won one fight. You're down on ultimates. Now your comp doesn't work as well. There's a lot of high ground, low ground we can mess around with against that Genji. I think Circuit Royale is like a big no, because that's a map that they've just historically been so good on and played a ton of Genji on very successfully.
Yeah.
You can play Mei there. I mean, I think teams think they should play Mei there. And we've seen teams match. Like Farrell was like, okay, your Mei is pretty good. We'll play Mei as well.
Not
everybody's. But I feel like it's not necessarily like a good Mei map, but I'm not recommending it.
Not everybody's, backbone. Not everybody can play like the Spitfire of old or the space station of today. So yeah, it's if you're not super practice on it, then it's probably going to end up costing you dearly. So I was waiting to see what this map pick is going to be, as well as side selection here for the side of Revati. But I don't blame them for taking the time and really putting their heads to this one, because I mean, the stakes are high. This is the end of your year, potentially, if you can't close out this series. Yeah. That's it. You're just going to have to wait until next year, compete in some off-season tournaments, that kind of stuff. But as far as your OWCS run is concerned, it would be it coming to a conclusion here if you can't start turning around the series.
No, absolutely. And if you lose this one, then you only get one more map pick. The rest of the maps belong to your opponent. Sweep. Exactly. I mean, we did see Namakuji do it yesterday, but their control map did not look like this. It was actually quite close.
Sure.
And I think I'm trying to think of what other maps. Let me pull up the pool, because Dorado and King's Row were the ones that stood out to me if we're not going to Push. New Junk City is like illegal, I feel like, with how Scarlet's playing, so probably avoid that one.
Yeah.
Shambali could be a shout if they want to play the Mei style again. We haven't seen it very much recently in Japan.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what you really want to lean into and go brawl, then I think Shambali, that might end up actually being the map that makes the most amount of sense. I think avoiding Flashpoint is something that you just want to do generally, because even like you say New Junk, but even Saravasa, it's something that you can just perfectly run that Genji on. Yeah. I mean, for that first map of Control Center, I was getting flashbacks to Mauga week back in Stage 1, because we were seeing on like Saravasa just Mauga Genji Tracer, you just overrun, the Genji just dashes in and then just assassinate people as they're stunned. So it looked like they were kind of bringing that one back. So I think you want to just avoid Flashpoint as much as possible. So yeah, I think Shambali might end up having to be what you go for, Shambali, or maybe
I'm okay with Dorado. Like, I think it's risky, but I think it also denies a lot of the other escort map. Like, if you're not going to pick Shambali, it denies Circuit Royale, and that's another map I just don't think you can pick, and they can never pick it again for the rest of the series, because that's another strategic element of map selection. True. Is that if you take one map type and take the map, then some of their best maps then could be taken away as a result. So map selection is really powerful that way. If we didn't have any restrictions and you could just, like, if you lost twice, you could pick this escort map and then this escort map, for example, it wouldn't feel as good. But because you can narrow it down. Okay, we're going to draw. I had a feeling. Okay. I just had a feeling, Achilleos.
That tonight's going to be a good night?
Well, so far I'm a little bit worried about that prospect.
I hate that song.
If I'm having a good night and it comes on in the taxi, I'm okay with it. But if I'm just having a normal day, I'm kind of like, all right, can we turn that off? I've heard that enough.
Yeah.
Black Eyed Peas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They got some bangers. That one's, it's a little mid-tier. It's mid.
Well, we don't have to get into the story right now. But anyway, REVATI versus NyamGaming. Nyam up 1-0. Let's see if they're going to continue on their merry way, or if REVATI, with the map pick of Dorado, going to be able to turn things around, get us tied up 1-1, and give us a series that we were hoping for. Is that Lijiang Tower not inspiring the most confidence?
REVATI going to defend first. This is a good map for the Ashe Tracer, Winston, right? Like, this is the meta comp. This is what we saw Namakuji play yesterday. Korean teams kind of popularized and then mastered this comp, and we were seeing it every game on every map type for a while. It's still very strong. Japanese teams a little bit slow to adopt it, but now have really felt like this is really strong. We have a ton of great Winston players here in Japan. On the attack, yeah, I'm looking to keep Scarlet on this Genji for now. Okay, we'll swap to the Pharaoh. This is what we've seen a lot more from him on this map, as well as King's Row. See if they can get the punish onto Hofak, as the Winston is really the crux of how this comp is going to work for both teams. And keep an eye on both Epic and Wydot's nano builds, as Mimosa's actually going to be on the Brig this time around. We've seen them play a ton of Ana, but not this time.
The change up here for him, but can work well. Counter out some of the dive here from that Winston, from that Tracer.
Yeah, I would have expected Wydot on it, but not, at least for now. You do see Fearful just hugging the top here. The high ground looking to leap down and punish if we do see Docs go forward.
Docs up here over the top. Scarlet not quite getting that line of sight. There's been a couple hits in as Doc's going to be antied out. Tucked away on that low ground for now. Jumps back over. Goes in with the rest of the squad. Well, Daisy for now. Challenging here. Trying to displace Hofak as much as humanly possible. Go push forward. Okay, I was going to say for a second, Fearful not realizing that Scarlet is right there next to him. Could have maybe got a little bit of additional damage, maybe set for a punish, but ultimately Scarlet will be fine. But Heart's starting to get away from him a little bit. Continues to in forward as Fearful now dropping down, trying to get here onto Daisy. But Moses there for that peel. Anti comes across. Fearful has to leap up onto the high ground to keep himself protected.
Epic has way more nano boost charge than Wydot does, so that's a huge advantage for REVATI here on the defense. As you can see, he's already got enough to use it right here.
Has to send it out. Fearful going to be taken low, but he's able to find a kill off the back of that one. So Daisy going to be taken down. Doc's getting wheeled away at somewhere off screen. You see Essie. Okay, the corpse is just going to land right into our line of sight. And will get taken down there by that final whip shot.
I mean, despite the fact that they don't get that many kills, I mean, it's just buying so much time here. Having that so fast, Fearful playing very far forward, getting the nano, and then just getting one pick is enough to just keep them at bay in the spawn room. Faster to a primal as well, but Wydot obviously going to have more power here with his nano boost on the second attack here for NyamGaming. See how this one goes. Needs that last 8%.
See that jump up over the top.
Dog's fairly low.
It's a couple shots woven through there to try to keep him alive, but Scarlet's going to be taken down. He's out in the middle of nowhere. Easy collect kill there for Fearful. Doc's now nearly eliminated again. They don't want to use a nano here in this position. They will just have to pocket that one. They will be able to keep Docs alive. This allows for Mimosa to try to catch up and get the rally ready to go here to match against Hestes. But in all of this time, I mean, Epic, he's up to 60% for his next nano.
Yeah, I mean, they may actually be able to stop A as here comes the boost.
Barrage up over the top. Everybody corralled together, and Scarlet able to collect 3.
Massive barrage there.
It's a huge barrage. It breaks things open. It should get them the cap here on point A as the team kill comes in. But it also was a lot of time, a lot of build-up for those ults to finally come through and win the fight.
Yeah, still 100% feeling like that was the right angle there. Really nice position as Primal.
Prime is there. If they want to contest this, they want to try to go for this full hold, knowing that there's only a minute and 5 seconds remaining to jump across. Hard inches forward a little bit more. It's hard to seeking target, sends out that pulse, but Mimosa has the shield raised. Himself protected. Whip shot comes across. Field going to be taken down. Bob also invested, but Hofak, well, he's isolated, picked off. His Docs all the way over towards point B. So cleanup will come through. A little bit of additional time going to be found here, but ultimately NyamGaming will get this cap on A.
Epic has that nano boost, but wasn't able to, of course, join fast enough as Fearful's Primal expires to look for the contest. Ends up just being a little bit of time bought, but nothing too significant here for REVATI, as now have stabilized a lot after that barrage play. Now just trying to hold the choke point as this cart rolls with 3 underneath. As soon as they get to this corner, that's when they're going to have to really start contesting for this high ground. Can now back away and say, REVATI, it's your move. Go back here. Wants to dominate with this Ash pick once again. Good angle.
Contact there. And out here onto Fearful, leaping up, trying to get some damage buff onto Scarlet, but he's a little bit too elusive, skirting along the rooftop. So ultimately the Nano's just going to be buying some time here for REVATI, but Cart now starting to move forward once again as Scarlet, that next barrage, now ready to go. Doesn't have the Nano to go along with it quite just yet, but why not? Only 16% away. Mimosa at the same time. Off screen, you have a hell of a lot of damage. Pressure being applied here as Scarlet gets into the back line. Barrage goes across. Epic will get caught up, but Hesty will go ahead and answer one back. So 1-for-1 in the end. As Carlton will get taken down, so there's a trade up for NyamGaming to try to open up the space a little bit more. But the contest on the cart was still there for a while.
Yeah, I think REVATI need to force this nano at least. Okay, it's going to come out.
Goes over to Docs, looking to shove them back. Fearful still just hovering here on that high ground, not really drawing too much attention. Will be able to jump out, but oh no, the anti going across. Rally now going to be using desperation to try to keep him alive, and so far it's working a treat. They actually get the punish here on the Docs, taken down. Pulse Bomb in, however, will go ahead and finish the job. Fearful going to be taken out, but Daisy now just dashing back, trying to stay elusive here as much as humanly possible. In fact, will be able to find Scarlet, so Pulse Bomb committed, trying to find that opening pick to reopen the fight here for them, but Gaming still going to be held at bay, and they cannot get the cart into B.
Yeah, that was a really risky rally call from Hesty, but it absolutely pays off. As you say, if Fearful dies during that purple and then they push through, it's just done. That's the point coming through. Instead, Hesty just barely keeps them alive. And now Nyam, here with not a lot of tools, the Primal alone isn't great. They have no barrage. Without the Nano, killing somebody is going to be so tough. Doc's failing to get something done with this. And he's got to find a juggle. Looking for Hofak now.
Oh, Hofak is in such a bad spot. Yeah, eventually they do force him into a bad position, one that he cannot escape from. Now the jump forward, Hesty going to be the target. Pulse Bomb into the back line, however, from Harpton, able to find Wydot. But the trade up ultimately is there for the side of NyamGaming. Just the one casualty in the Ana. They find three for themselves with Fearful. Now Primal is going to be online. He also collects one on a Mimosa before that rally can come in. 44 seconds now remaining. She's going to have to be posed here to NyamGaming. Do you reset and wait, or do you continue to try to poke and prod through this Winston? Looks like the answer is going to be the latter.
I think with Epic having the rally, they definitely need to regroup before they can actually secure this point. Probably getting some damage done here, but Fearful is just ready to receive a rally. He's going to get up on this high ground. Now he's ready to dive back in as Daisy is on a journey, but he doesn't even have a pulse bomb here. Nyam really reliant on this pick to come through. You can see Epic just waiting for that rally, or sorry, the Nano
driving forward. Daisy forced the recall. Himself out to safety. There's a sleep here onto the Primal. Pulse Bomb goes out. Stick not going to be found. Rally continuing here from Mimosa, trying to keep himself alive. Hesty and Epic both going to be taken down, so the cart now should be able to push forward into B. Fearful nearby, jumps over the top. We'll have a minor contest, 0.05 meters left to go, but ultimately he will fall. So it is going to be that extra minute and a half here. Bump up to the side of NyamGaming. A chance at the final stretch of the map. The odds still stacked against them.
Feels like Nyam got so lucky that fight went as well as it did with the Primal coming through. Wydot, massive bio in the fight. But REVATI had the Nano Boost ready. They should not have been able to lose that one, especially with Daisy going on that long con flank and still missing the Pulse Bomb. No pick to come through off of that play, but they do have enough damage. And now the Nano Boost as well, Nano advantage over Epic, so maybe they could actually finish this map. What looked like a disaster now feels playable.
Eventually, but the rally is going to be there. But here's the barrage up onto the high ground, and Scarlet immediately collecting 2 quick kills. For that third drop down here over the top.
Ooh.
A natural shot there on to Fearful, cleans up Hatatun as well. And if he can get Hope back, that would be the ace, but Daisy will collect that for themselves. They even got the Pulse Bomb out in that fight as the team kill flies across, and NyamGaming now making a very pacey push here towards the end. Final contest ready to come in. Hesty. Rally at the ready. Epic going to be antied out, nearly taken down, but ultimately can survive and also finds a melee hit to go ahead and pick off Daisy, who now has to reset and come back. Hofak's on a flank, rotating around the backhand side, will be slept, but it doesn't matter because the cleanup is looking good for the rest of the team. Doc's going to have to exit. Looks like NyamGaming, if they can get a touch, maybe a chance to try to get this final push going.
Yeah,
but the reset, they're still waiting for Wydot.
Daisy is going to have to get that touch, and then they're going to have to try to set up for this rally. Wydot can rejoin very quickly on this Juno.
Fearful trying to deny. Just juggling them around. Mimosa at risk. Taken low. Cart touch coming through. Does come in. But Daisy gives his life forward as Docs also arrives. And the hammer here is Hofak. He's going to try to break down that bubble. He's able to do so. Gets shot across. Docs barely alive.
Rally's
down
ready.
to his slipper. The rally's going to be coming through. And Docs just gets him melted down as Hesty finds the kill. Mimosa going to be antied out. Just desperately trying to keep Ian White on alive. But the ladder will fall. The contest cannot be found any further. NyamGaming going to be held here right at the very end of the map.
Crazy to see Wydot has 62% of his ult when the wipe is finished, when the map, or rather the attack ends. Remember, he had just swapped over. Juno builds ult so fast. I feel like NyamGaming were kind of doomed from the start. It was a really good play. Or sorry, REVATI were doomed from the start on that one. As like, there's so many things that can go. Sorry, the attack defense logos are messing me up. I was like, no, I was right. Like they just made me wrong because they didn't actually swap them. But anyway, if the Juno actually joins and they end up getting more value out of that rally, and she ends up building up the orbital ray, I think you actually could win that fight. I thought it was a really good swap. Not only can you run back to the team fight really quickly with the Juno because she's super fast and she could just kind of fly through, but that was a really interesting comp that they tried to close it out with. Obviously, the ult coming through from Fearful really ruined their chances, split them up. It was a really nice timing for that Primal. Let's see how things look here when we move to the attack, though, as NyamGaming weren't able to finish the map, but obviously REVATI has now a win condition. They could just tie us up 1-1 if they're able to basically do those extra few meters there and finish Dorado. Hofak going to come out of the gates with a little bit of a Widow, and Scarlet hiding on this Pharah.
He sees the pixel. Trying to catch a glimpse, but yeah, they're wise to it. And Dox is able to go ahead and confirm it, so Hofak will just likely swap over onto the Ashe. We'll be matching here, rather, against Daisy.
All right, we're back to regular comps.
Well, Fearful is 1 HP, antied out. How is this man not died?
Literally 1
How is this
HP.
man not died? Dynamite over the top will connect onto multiple targets, but yeah, somehow Fearful manages to stay alive, and that is a huge burst of healing for REVATI supports. Trying to get those ults online. Doxo leading the charge, pushing down here on the low ground, tries to find a pick, but can't quite confirm one there onto Hofak.
Yeah, I need to be careful not to chase too far. Just hold this high ground. And the Bionade here defensively from Epic is massive.
Daisy. Messed up the coach gun for a brief little moment there, but Dox able to find one. Will give his life for that one as Epic finds the cleanup. Puts him down, wide out now under some fire. Will be able to survive us. Scarlet, nice rocket across. We'll find a pick onto Haratun.
Need to regroup quickly, Nyam. Otherwise, this may just be
I mean, yeah, they're giving up a lot of space.
I mean, Epic has the Nano coming online. They really need to get the fast regroup through here. Scarlet is not doing enough on this defense, doing a lot of damage, but not actually effective damage. Daisy on the flank.
Wow, almost there for a little bit of stall power. In the meantime, that Nano has been let loose. Fearful the recipient, Daisy, getting that Nano, or rather that nade across. Why not go ahead and get that healing boost to keep him alive? Doc similarly going to be taking low. The jump coming forward on the pursuit, looking to try to take him down. Primal now going to be popped, and here comes the juggle. Pulse bomb sent out. Hudson unable to find a pick from that one, but the cart now is 3.5 meters away as Wideout will fall before he can even send out his own Nano. Dox finds Hessie at the same time, but Moza will get dropped as both supports now out of the fight. The barrage into the back, trying to find some picks, but it's only one here for Scarlet. He's taken low. Epic down to a sliver, but Haratun will swoop around the corner and find the final shot. 4.5 minutes now for the second stretch of the map.
Oh, Scarlet, man, he's so feast or famine with him today. Either ending up getting 2K, 3K, 4K with these barrages and his angles, or otherwise just coming up a little bit short and costing his team big with this Pharah composition. He's not able to get that kill onto Epic. A huge reason why they end up getting the cap is he gets an extra Bionade through, keep himself alive, deny any further contest before that Nano can come through. Like, Nyam had so many tools coming online, but they weren't able to utilize them. They're just going to now operate on this high ground.
Everything but the barrage available here to them. But a considerable time bank to try to work through. Anti goes in onto Mimosa. Pucks back, but there's a jump forward. Haratun desperately trying to find the kill. Sets it up for Fearful to come in. Kill is going to be found. Nano's across here onto Scarlet, but ultimately he just doesn't have great line of sight. He doesn't have great target selection, so he will just have that Nano expire and be forced to backpedal again as Fearful continues to take space here on the high ground. Drop down, Daisy nearly picked off. Haratun looking for that effective one clip, can't quite make it happen, but now Wideout is in a far forward, just completely poor position, and he will get taken down. So NyamGaming absolutely struggling to find any kind of reset.
Yeah, this is the no reset, no fights. I mean, they had all the tools that you could ever want to defend and hold high ground, and they just failed it. Now Daisy's in trouble, has to Bob.
Bob going to be sent out. Hard contested for now. Bob will get woken back up. A little bit of a duel between the two of them, but again, the Nano across. Fearful rushing forward. Will get shield bash, taken low, maybe taken down. He double get the Primal online, and right as he had it, he does end up falling. A crucial kill was down there from Daisy, but even then, with the kills coming in, his teammates unlikely to have used it. Mimosa will get picked off, and it looks like NyamGaming will finally get some semblance of control.
Now, REVATI, I think, a little bit overzealous for pushing that deep. I mean, just take point prio, control the choke. You don't have to go all the way in there. But saw blood in the water and thought maybe if they just go through there, get those limbs, they would have finished the point. They would have if they had gotten them, but they couldn't get them as they overextend into that choke point, funneling to their deaths. They still have a lot of tools, though, for this upcoming fight, especially this Primal. If they can get on top of Daisy or get a juggle, could be massive. Haratun holding this pulse as well.
Trying to get a juggle going here. Daisy trying to break away from that one. Still going to be somewhat at risk. Barrage into the back. Scarlet able to find one once again as Hessie will fall, but the cleanup is there as Epic finds the kill, and now Wideout gets taken down. 2-for-1 trade up here for REVATI as the cart once again starts moving forward. Jump in, looking for Mimosa, looking for Daisy. Corralled over towards the bank. Mimosa eventually will fall. Hofak traded out. Dox is Doing some wonders off screen though. Able to find 2 kills. Fearful down low, has to pull back away. And the card for now, going to be halted again as Scarlet. Swapping over here onto the Tracer, just looks to try to keep locked in position.
Fearful, very low here.
He's treading a very fine line.
And they need to be careful. If he dies, I mean, that could be 30 seconds of extra time lost here. Instead, it's going to be Epic building a little bit more nano boost. So close, but not going to be able to keep up with Y-Dot. NyamGaming feel like they have just one guaranteed fight win here unless they botch it with that nano advantage on the high ground they hold.
Well, Fack is on the hunt. He's starting to switch. Okay, but now the ping comes in. They actually have noted him on the flank over at Coast side.
Yeah, really good that you spotted that, as that is really huge, actually. This means it's just going to be that nano here held for NyamGaming, waiting for that perfect opportunity.
Sleep. Sent out. Doc's going to be put down here. The Primal held at bay for the moment. The jump forward. You know that they've got this. Actually, they've got both supports corralled into the same position, but Daisy is able to find one as Epic will get taken down. Doc's on the wake up. These are the messages of that Primal to go ahead and find 1 kill. Is Hesty now going to be taken down, and suddenly it's 50 seconds remaining here for REVATI.
I mean, what
need to get this
turnaround.
push.
What a turnaround. Doc's actually priming there at first. I was like, oh, that's not necessarily enough, but he used it at such a critical point where NyamGaming actually had full control. The team was split, so they get to save the nano. Epic uses his to try to save the fight. Now they're down nano boost completely. Nano, the much stronger ultimate than Primal, so a huge trade up here. Fearful is going to have to get something crazy done here with the rally, or NyamGaming may just end this map right now.
It's about to be four as far as the ults are concerned, but already
that
now.
nano?
Yep, they're looking to up the pace. The
bio.
anti-connects, and Epic going to be taken down. Hesty similarly will fall. Card for now, continuing to roll back. They know that it's not being contested by anybody whatsoever. Fearful desperately trying to get the juggle going. He's all the way over here, though, towards this point B. The rally is now popped. Docs maybe in a bad spot, will get punished. The coach gun from Hofak puts him down, but somebody needs to go for this touch. Do they have the timing? The leap comes back up just in the split second to be able to find it, but no, he was too early. He didn't force out the overtime.
Oh, that is so rough. Just a bit too early. Barely had the Primal or the leap ready, even in the first place. That was a really clutch Primal call, though, from NyamGaming. Going in,
Oh, boy.
like, yeah, I mean, I think even if he does touch it, they probably lose the fight and lose the game. But, like, you got to touch, right? Like, you actually have to set that overtime up. I mean, you're a professional player. Doesn't matter if, like, all your team's PCs are disconnected. You start that overtime. You know what I mean? But, like, there were 2 ways they could have fought that last fight where that I'm talking about with the Primal for Docs, where they could have just nattoed him and been like, okay, go wipe them, and then hopefully we can stall with the Primal in the next fight. They actually played aggressively around him, kind of escorted him forward before he Primaled, so he was already in a great position to get a good juggle and actually make that Primal high value, and that means they get to save the nano. And then Epic really, I think, with a big mistake, thinking they could actually turn that, because no matter what, he also has to know that the nano is ready for his opponent. So even if his nano starts to get value, then they also just nano and then you lose. So I think they should have been willing, okay, this fight's over. We save our nano for the next one. We trade nanos. They did not. Now they're down 0-2.
Rough position to be in, but we're going to go to a quick little break. When we come back, we'll see if it's going to be a 3-0 or if they can rally back.
Devil looked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
See, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hard work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the Nano 2. This might just be enough.
Alrighty, we're back, and now we're about to go into what could very well be the final map of this series. But before we do, there is something important to discuss, which is what constitutes a C9. Because I see the chat, you guys are on a delay. The game just ended a little bit ago. You guys are discussing, is that a C9 at the very end of Dorado? No, it's not.
It's not.
They weren't in a winning position. They weren't winning a fight. They were trying desperately to get back to a cart, and they couldn't.
Google the original C9 from Cloud9 in Apex, and then you will know what a C9 is, which is winning the team fight, crushing it, having control, but then not touching the objective. And actually, the first one was on control.
I was going to say
it wasn't even a cart. It was a control map. It was Lijiang.
It was Lijiang. It was control center, I believe. Yeah. And they had won the fight. It would have been GG's if they just flipped the point. They didn't flip the point. They walked off. Overtime bled down. So yeah, not a C9 in that instance there. So there you go.
That just needs to be told every time. I don't know why. It's like literally every time. You think by now we'd get there? It's been 8 years. You know, it's been 8 years. Like 8. Like it hasn't been like, 5 years. It's been a long time. 3 years. Yeah, it's been a lot. It's in 8 years, chat. Come on. Yeah. 8 years.
And look, I get it. It's not as clearly defined as some of the other terminology that's out there. And Ajax, there's no, ifs, ands, or buts about what is or is not an Ajax. You die before the beat drops. Boom, that's an Ajax. I get it. It's not as clear cut, but that's why we're here. We're on the C9 council to be able to deliberate and tell you guys what is and is not a C9. Avril was also on the council. So if you're watching on his end, he will be sure to tell you guys whether or not it's a C9. But
we will also revoke him from the council if he said that was a C9. But he wouldn't.
Very true.
He wouldn't. We trust him.
Turn in your badge and your gun, son. You're off the force. But so Kings Row.
These are the two maps that I thought that they might pick for Game 2, right? Like, they picked Dorado, then they went to Kings Row.
Yeah, it was Dorado, Shambali, or like Kings Row for hybrid.
And these are the maps that Hofak should and has been historically very good on. He's been their best player. He's my GOAT, right? Like, we talk about this all the time. But he just isn't having... His last few series have been a little bit rough. He's not having the same performances. He's getting caught a lot. He's getting punished by Winston players. And Kings Row is definitely a map where you can be punished by that Pharah Winston dive. We'll see if we can have a better performance here.
That we will. This is do or die here for the side of REVATI. Their entire OWCS year culminates here into this moment, a final map pick as we get ready to go to Kings Row to see whether or not they can try to turn this series around. Or if they will be facing that elimination, if they're run here in OWCS Japan will come to a conclusion.
Hero of my storm.
What's that a reference to?
It was a good run. I'm not sure. It looks like Twister, like with the with the tornado coming through.
Oh, now they have Twisters. I think it's still in theaters. I was surprised. I was shocked when I heard that they were making a new entry into the Twister cinematic
franchise,
cinematic universe.
Yeah,
the TCU.
Oh, that's the Heroes of the Storm. Sad Gikos not here for this joke, but it is what it is.
I'm sure he's watching.
Oh no, he definitely is. All right, so REVATI here on the defense, Hofak on the Ashe. Obviously, this is the comp that you play on Kings Row. On the defense, on attack, Scarlet has loved this Pharah dive that is also quite popular in Korea. He can eat a ton of damage out the gate.
He does.
He'll be fine. Daisy is checking his flanks really well. Haratun getting punished.
Expecting that something was amiss, and Haratun gets hounded down. Really nice collect on the kill there from Scarlet. Tracerless now with the point already being taken. And yeah, I mean, Epic have the drop down out of the window, nearly picked off there. Already that first tick getting ready to come through. It's just Docs so far, so it is slow building as the first. REVATI need to find a moment away to pull the trigger here on a recontest. The second tick getting ready to come in. No one's really been able to push their way out of this choke here. Doc's playing forward, will be slept. Anti's going to expire. Shouldn't be too much at risk here as the bubble still does stand. Leaps back over to cover. Is Scarlet able to find Hofak? He was on the hunt. He was trying to spot him out in the skies, but Scarlet strikes. It's a little bit too swiftly. Finds that elimination. That's just going to be the cleanup of the cap coming through. Nothing more realistically here that REVATI can do on this defense.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot to say. Like, Hofak just being completely unaware of where Scarlet was. Scarlet took the side path, was able to play off the mini pack, and did a ton of damage. But even like Epic getting pushed out of the window because he chose the wrong time to peek out as the Pharah rocket was coming through. Like, he can't know, he can't see, but just felt a little bit unlucky there. NyamGaming just getting a huge win here early. We're talking about a 5-minute time bank here. Nano's ready for both Anas in this next fight, but starting to worry about the coordination here for REVATI as Hofak once again chunked, but gets the kill.
That's a nice headshot there to go ahead. Answer back on the Daisy, try to catch up towards that Bob, which Daisy's just 2% away from. Down out of the corner, sets up the kill here on the Scarlet as well.
That's my goat.
Yeah, nice little tag in. Looking a lot more alive and well here. You can maintain control of the choke, then things could still very well work out here for REVATI.
Now, Nyam likes to nano Scarlet in these situations and not Docs, and especially considering Hofak does have the Bob. I think we probably will see that in this fight as well, depending on line of sight, depending on the angle he can find. They still are trying to break through this choke point, as Fearful is looking to bait out a nano first from his own teammate.
Primal first here from Docs. Just gets slept here for the moment, still trying to just juggle these supports forward, knock him over towards the cart where maybe his teammates can try to collect some eliminations, and there it is. Epic going to be taken down as Scarlet receives that nano. Barrage now going to be layered in over the top. Comes up with one additional kill there onto Hofak. The ultimate itself not actually finding any eliminations, but a team kill will be found, and NyamGaming are able to break out of the choke.
It's a really similar fight to the one that just won Dorado for Nyam, where Docs aggressively primals instead of just going in to get the nano. It's completely the opposite of how we normally see nanos played out. But because he buys enough space there and gets Scarlet into position, the nano doesn't go onto the Winston, it goes onto the Pharah. Scarlet gets massive damage done. At least this time, Epic didn't use his nano like he did on Dorado, so still has that in the tank here for this upcoming defense. Could have been a lot worse.
Right-hand side here on that flank. He's going to be sustained here for the moment. Bob, in response from Hofak, does go out. Anti is there on the 2, but will expire. Now just going to be the Bob taken down. Epic tag. Nano will be invested, but Epic falls. Dynamite from Daisy just lobbed in. Able to get him around the corner, I believe. And Fearful is trying to take some space here. The cart will be halted for now, but Wiley is just NyamGaming just waiting out that nano now. Looking to re-aggress off the back of the rally pop here from the Moza. Rushing their way forward. Fearful, Hofak both under fire, taken down here. As they will go ahead and clean him up. And this is just still so very pacey from the side of NyamGaming. 4 minutes, 12 seconds.
On these attacks from REVATI is very sloppy, and Nyam are just reading their ults like a book. Like you said, hiding away, you know, just surviving through that nano boost. Wydot does a ton of healing on the Doc, so he's about to have another one that's basically lapping Epic here. They get the cap on the point. The rally is fantastic. And now Nyam are like looking to take this high ground away. I mean, this could be an insanely fast finish if they win this next team fight. And they're going to have a nano for it.
Probably far too comfortable in this position, just pushing all the way up.
Fearful.
Still being kept alive. Fearful trying to take some space on the back of that one. As they cannot find these eliminations. I mean, the pulse bomb goes in, but they just nano Daisy to keep him in this fight. He has just been popping the hell off. Handling damn near every single hit. Bionate takes him down 22 HP on the final tag, but ultimately he just tucks back behind the cart, which continues to advance. Docs being dead means that going for the final push here, not going to be possible for NyamGaming, but it's not going to be too far away.
Yeah, already heading back. Scarlet has the barrage at the ready. Hofak swapping over to Widowmaker here, has long sight lines. Could knock this Pharah out of the sky with a well-placed headshot, but see if Docs can actually get on top of him. He has the primal at the ready for a big jump here. There it is.
I mean, they're just shield peeking for him. They're just saying, okay, Daisy, just get in behind this break. Try to just go ahead and force him down off the high ground. They're able to do so. Fearful going to be antied out here, jumping forward. Primal rolling for a couple more seconds, getting this nice little juggle on a Mimosa. Sets up for Hodgson to be able to collect the kill. Docs at the same time, trying to find some kind of value. Sleep Dart going to be going wide, and that costs Epic his life. Still found, but jump forward, just blocking off that Widowmaker sideline. Rally held back. Hesse just tucking away over towards the spawn room as the cart for now can be brought forward, but no one's on it. No one really able to play this quite just yet. waiting for the supports to try to push forward here as Hopeback tries to go for a different line of sight. They know that Scarlet's going to be contained here into the side room. He's still fighting back, still putting it down a decent amount of damage. Helps set up the kill there on the Hesty, but does lose his life for it. Nano now invested, Fearful jumping forward, trying to get here on top of Wydot. Looks like Sleep Dart not going to be available for him, but eventually Cartoon's able to find the kill, but they lose out on Fearful at the same time. So a bloody back and forth, one that does benefit REVATI for the most part, just given that they do have the spawn advantage. This is still not nearly as clean as you would like to be seeing.
Yeah, I said rally, but I meant nano. It's still enough for them to survive, but now Wydot has that nano advantage for this potential final push, and he could just use it for Scarlet once again. If he can get into the skies, find that angle. He has been the main character here as Harutun's pushed away. Daisy also setting up a cross angle. NyamGaming looking like they are ready to finish this map. There's the nano.
Nano's in, Scarlet seeking an opportunity. Barrage to break down that bubble and give Fearful absolutely no recourse. He does fall, but Trade comes in, but Scarlet still, that fadeaway shot, managing to clip Hopeback. Finds the elimination. Now the push forward, Hesty, Haruton all going to be falling to the wayside. Nobody else can go for the contest. So with 1 minute and 13 seconds remaining, NyamGaming will get to the end of King's Row.
Not the world's biggest time bank, but the fact that they had such a large time bank going into that final push is what affords them that 113 time bank to close things out. And now REVATI have to push to the end to force overtime, to then try to win the overtime, to then try to reverse sweep. Like, the stage has kind of been set for what we feared after Lijiang Tower, which is the one-sided series that we didn't want to see, the one-sided absolute outclassing and stomp. And sure, Dorado was fairly close. I'll definitely give REVATI that, but otherwise they're just getting outplayed, and they're getting read like a book in terms of target selection and ult timings. Loving how Dox is playing the Winston. And in that second to last fight where they focused Epic down before he could nano, gave them a lot of distance, they just know exactly who has ults and who to focus down. And that was the same when they were playing Dive on Lijiang Tower as well. They knew exactly which targets were most vulnerable, run past the Ramatra, kill the support line, or punish Hofak if he's playing greedy. Hofak looking a little bit better on this map, you know, in his defense individually, but the teamwork just isn't on the same level. Right now seeing the same composition defensively here for Nyam with the Pharah. REVATI, on the other hand, running this, I mean, at least potentially this Juno here could be quite interesting. Not super sold on it in a comp like this. Might just be using it for the Hyper Ring to then swap. Okay, looks like he wants to actually play it.
Yep. He's going to be sticking through with this one. Big overarching change. Okay, well, I mean, you mentioned the Hyper Ring, and Fearful able to rush through that one, swing around the corner, finds a hit there on the Daisy. Now look for a minor contest onto the high ground, but drop back, doesn't want to overstep. But for now, this is going to be REVATI occupying the point. Get a decent amount of space control here for them. Dox at the same time trying to split away as his support's desperate to try to get themselves alive, but Dox is going to be antied out, tries to jump back over to join in, but Hopeback finds the final tag. First tick now going to be scooped up, and that should just lead to a hell of a lot more because no one else can really try to contest this point.
Yeah, with no Tracer here in this comp, and Dox being dead, it was a really nice ante from Epic. I think if he doesn't get antied, there's a real fighting chance for Nyam there, but exactly where that pulse, or not pulse, the Bionade needed to be. And once again, massive time bank here for REVATI, so you got to be feeling really good about the chances of climbing this mountain that is winning this series from here. As Daisy will just back off here, play around high ground, and get this corner into the choke, or the archway, I should say. Esty has built a lot of that Juno ultimate. See if they can use it for this corner. I mean, she built it so fast.
My one concern is just seeing a repeat of what we had on Dorado. It's Haruton trying to get some pressure down here. Over Bay for now. Scarlet able to get a decent amount of damage across with the rockets. But seeing what we saw, on Dorado, that solid start, that, decent defense, couldn't quite stop the cart from getting to the end this time around, but they still drained the time bank down considerably. Into just a bit of a flat attack. I need to see that difference so far for REVATI. It has been going well. Primal now going to be built up, immediately turns and finds Daisy, just smacking him alongside the wall. Moses will fall. Barrage going to be committed here from Scarlet. He's still going to be able to come up with two. His both supports will be taken down. Anti on the Fearful puts him now at risk. Hopeback is going to be zoned back away here. Primal built up, but Dox shouldn't really be needing it. Still decides to pop it to go ahead and confirm the elimination, though.
He's running low on his Tesla, so decides he just wants to guarantee the kill there. That's a pretty big investment. They just did not want to give the cart over on this fight, but now they're massively down on ultimates, and they bought a few additional seconds here, but They by no means are in control of this defense. Gonna have to see a heroic play. The rally will be helpful, but it will be matched by that orbital ray, and the ray will be dropped, no doubt, right on this card.
And I mean, if pulse bomb from Auto-Tune, well placed enough. I could just go ahead and eliminate Mimosa, but oh, he's gonna get knocked. Limps. He just tosses it over the right-hand side. Rally now going to be forced out from Mimosa, but there's just no way to survive. Auto-Tune hounding down both the supports, as that is going to be the cap here on the B. As Auto-Tune with a third, we'll find Daisy. Scarlet dead. ST cleans up the other two. And this is still an insanely healthy time bank here for REVATI. 5 minutes for the final stretch.
That was just a really good angle there for Auto-Tune. I mean, if he is able to kill Mimosa, like you said, that's even more high value, but killing the Ana alone is enough. Now Hofak has high ground here. Fish in a barrel.
Oh, Daisy. This man is putting a hell of a lot of faith in his supports, and I mean, well-deserved. They are able to keep him sustained. They just kept poking and prodding.
Swapping over to Genji here, trying to punish this Juno pick. It's going to take a long time to build a blade, but he didn't really need them on Lijiang. See what he can get done.
If he can continue to hold, he will have plenty of time to make it happen. And Scarlet does go into the back line, finding one. Epic going to be taken down. Continuously rotating up over onto the high ground, spamming out these right clicks where possible. And for now, Nyam will hold them at bay, but that's only 45 seconds of the time bank taken away so far.
Ana Brig is so good at single target healing onto the tank, but not great at keeping the backline alive. Without a Brig, Genji is so much stronger. Scarlet is really making this swap worth it so far. Gonna have to continue though.
Very far forward positioning here as Whiteout under a bit of fire. Does still have that sleep dart to try to utilize it. He does manage to make a connector onto Fearful Docs at the same time, causing some chaos, knocking some players around here with that primal, and gets the juggle onto Epic. Once again, dodging out on that sleep. We saw it just go just narrowly wide away from the Winston, so cannot find that connection to shut him down.
I mean, and Epic's had some really good plays this series, but, you know, panicking there, nanoing onto Hofak just so he could get it off, but it's super low value. Gets nothing really out of it. Scarlet's about to have the nano blade at the ready. NyamGaming really turning what was a massive time bank into a much thinner one. Another Pulse.
They're going to open up with that one, but yeah, this time Pulse. Oh, Mimosa must have dove on top of that one. The intended target was wide on it. It ended up going wide, but still a bloody back and forth. Scarlet Docs, last two standing here at the moment, at the cart continuing to advance forward. Fearful and Hardtune both bringing this one forward. Will drop down. Advantage for him as the supports will be able to immediately get line of sight.
I'm not entirely sure who Whiteout nano, but he's not going to have it anymore for this upcoming defense, but they still have the blade, they still have this corner control. Getting high ground back is the next step. Docs looking for a potential angle here. This is so razor thin here for REVATI, though. One more lost team fight gives the ult economy back to NyamGaming. Make it likely that they will be able to end this series. So this fight right now, so important. You shut down this blade somehow, and they're just going to play patiently. They're going to play safe.
All right, the Bob in play here from Daisy. Knocks down about half HP. You can see just NyamGaming knowing that they need to maintain control of this little side room here.
REVATI are just kind of eco-pushing here, and the time bank is still big enough to where I feel like that's reasonable. Here comes the blade.
Okay, blade into the back.
Good
the sleep
sleep.
going to be connecting though. A massive one to be hit, and Epic is able to shut him down. Gets the clip, the splash onto the ante. Connects on the Docks. So 2 kills. They do lose out on one, so Hesse has to rejoin, but in the meantime, Fearful leading the charge now, popping the primal, and I think that might have been wide out maybe off the center of the map, and yes it is. He ends up getting taken down. Epic now finding another as Daisy will be felled, rather, as my words start to escape me. But that is going to be touching the spawn room doors here for the side of REVATI as they look to glide this cart forward.
Daisy should swap, I think. He's just going to stick with this Ashe, as hoping Scarlet is going to be able to get him line of sight.
Final touch, but he has to recall away. 1.67 meters left to go. Primal nearly online for the rally. Top Mimosa looking to try to escort them forward. Pulse bomb out from Auto-Tune finds one. Mimosa going to be taking down the rally, going to be cut short as Daisy. Scarlet all falling to the wayside. Docs is able to find one. Jumps back over with the primal rolling wide out, desperately trying to stay in this one to get the nano to give him a little bit more staying power, but he cannot. Will be cut short. Mimosa now swapping over onto that kitty coat, dashes in, trying to keep him sustained.
Docs is
Suzu
living
only
for
does
so
so
long.
much. He is living for so long, but it's still just not quite going to be enough. This is inevitable. Daisy goes over onto the venture, but is going to be greeted by that ante. Immediately does get taken down. Advantage of the time bank will be found here for the side of NyamGaming, but it's only by a scant 6 seconds.
Wow. If Whiteout gets that nano boost, I feel like this is definitely a winnable defense here for Nyam, but he's not able to. But Epic, man, he's been he's had some highs and he's had some lows on this map, but also in this series. But the highs are really high, and NyamGaming ended up committing everything to that fight instead of just sitting back patiently. I think that was a big mistake from Nyam to look for that blade angle, and Scarlet had been fishing for a while. They knew they didn't have a nano boost for him, so he had to find an angle where he could delete backline picks. It was up on high ground. He's like, okay, I can dive down, and then Epic just sleeps him during the blade, and it instantly bios him, and he dies. If they had just kind of said, okay, REVATI, I'm seeing you're playing the old economy game. We'll play the defensive old economy game. We have Blade, but we don't need to force it. We can build up our own nano and trade. I think that's a much better plan than trying to hard force that Dragon Blade. I think they weren't quite able to realize what REVATI was doing there. If he gets those kills with the Blade, it's 100% fine, of course. But, you know, Epic just says, no, I'm outplaying you. And they stole the team fight away with one sleep dart, and that's what allowed them to then snowball and finish the map. Still, a very winnable game here for NyamGaming. We're going to see some very, very tight Overwatch overtime of Overwatch 2 in particular. Attacks here as REVATI will start SD on the Juno, hoping for a very, very fast orbital ray to control the point. Hofak will swap
back over onto the Ash. But yeah, I mean, that early death on the Daisy is what kind of opened the floodgates for REVATI on that opening push. As there's the boost coming through, jump up, drop down. Wydot is playing elusively as Scarlet's playing down on the floor. Really looking to take the damage here to Fearful, and they will force him to jump away for the time being. Just trying to keep note of where the rest of these players are as Daisy tries to hold the lines over here at the hotel. Docs, I mean, and Fearful just widely ignoring each other. They know what their missions are, and that's to get into the back line and try to find some eliminations. Once again, relocating Docs, the ante expiring. Touch of the point coming through here for REVATI as, yeah, Auto-Tune now into the back lines, down to 80, but Daisy going to be taken down. Fearful once again finding that opening kill. For a bit more of the jump up, Fearful just zapping away. Scarlet down to a sliver of HP. The heals start streaming through. They manage to keep this bar in the mix here for now because Daisy swaps over onto the Tracer. Mimosa and Wydot, though, both being whittled away at, taken lower and lower. Maybe both just being eliminated here at the same time. As here's the first one, Auto-Tune able to find that kill. Hofak going to be traded up, and now Wydot going to be eliminated as well. It's Epic nearly gets taken out himself, but it's going to be Hesty who falls first. Daisy finds the kill, but Docs taken down, but not before he finds Epic. The respawn advantage is going to be there for REVATI. Daisy just not as much he's going to be able to do here. Just wants to try to confirm the kill on a Fearful if possible, but ultimately has to dash back and surrender the cap.
Glad that he decides not to hard force their backs away. NyamGaming in a very awkward spot now, though. You know, they wanted to hard contest, but it means that Daisy has to kind of try to do the heavy lifting on his own. He buys enough time to where at least they'll have the respawns to try to contest Archway here. If they lose this fight, then you have to have the same sort of insane success that REVATI just had if you're going to match their push. And Epic, he has a massive nano lead. He's going to look to use it right away. He's got that line of sight onto Fearful, who also has Primal.
Yep, there you go. Primal comes through. Oh, but he's going to be put down for bad. But Docs at the same time taken down. Projectiles out from Hesty, able to find that one, but Daisy answering back. Both supports now going to be taken out. Is Fearful, the Primal will expire. He rejoins the cart, which is going to continue to glide forward. Scarlet desperately trying to dive in, maybe looking for a setup on that barrage. But ultimately doesn't get the opportunity to pop it, just ends up getting eliminated so very quickly. So the cart continues to have so much space opened up.
Yeah, Daisy getting those support kills there during Fearful's dive was a huge win, but they're not able to stabilize, not able to regroup. They now have, obviously, a massive ult advantage as long as Scarlet doesn't make a mistake. Docs is looking for the flank here.
And an ult advantage to try to stop the push.
But they need to go ASAP.
The problem is with how far this push has gone. Yeah, they're taking their time. There is the nano coming through. Oh, a fadeaway shot from Scarlet. Does manage to find one. Barrage up over the top, and Hesty will be eliminated. Scarlet right back up onto his feet as Daisy will be able to collect one. Epic taken down. Scarlet just dancing around Fearful there in the skies. Finds that elimination. The cart will be held, but this is still, with a minute and 7 seconds that they started with, a very strong push for the side of REVATI.
Yeah, every meter counts, too, in an overtime push. When you have a massive ult lead like what Nyam had, the extra 7 to 10 seconds they waited there, when they had the push set up and ready to go, wanted to have the most ideal fight. You don't need that. You just need one fight. You just need to touch that card. You need to kill all the enemy heroes. As this definitely could have been, 20 meters short of the push. But the scarier part, rather than what happens after getting A and how much they could push that, is getting A itself, because they were able to do it very quickly on their last attack, but that doesn't always happen. If you end up messing up the push just one time, that might be the reason why you never get A. The enemy team has a better ult fight. When it goes down to just 1 minute or just over 1 minute, an overtime push onto A on Hybrid, if you don't end up winning that first fight, the enemy team has ults for the second. It's like, in other shooters where you have an eco advantage, you just can't win that second fight, but you only get 2 fights. You know, when you have a minute 13 on the clock, you lose 2 fights in a row and the second one is unfair, you're in big trouble. So NyamGaming got to be feeling the pressure here on this first one. We see both attacks look good. It's been attacker side favored coming on to A so far in this series. Let's see what happens as once again, Scarlet on the Pharah, REVATI changed nothing. No Genji, just going in classic.
Right, well, here at the top of the hotel, the damage cross opportunity going to be forced back. Back or recall, uncertain which one he had the snatch up there. Fire not going to be connecting. Scarlet's still going to be taken dangerously low. Looks like eventually will be healed up, but Momo's at the same time corralled upon, as he was the one going for the rescue on his DPS line. And still get traded out, so break for Brig, and all of a sudden, not going to be taken out, but still trade up, trade back. Fearful is able to find 2. Close to a tick, but Docs having to jump out, gets himself over towards safety, grabbing that mega pack perhaps to try to get himself back into the fray, but for now that first tick is going to be avoided.
Spawn advantage here for Nyam.
They maintain control though, they maintain that percentage that was built up as Daisy just continued to dance back and forth on the point.
REVATI are really trying to decide if they want to commit to this or not. They don't want to give too much momentum. I think we're going to see a late contest here from Fearful.
They may as well go for it. Without a second to spare, they do, but Hanatun going to be taken down, and that was the one. He was looking for the setup, trying to buy a little bit more time for the rest of the players to start corralling forward, spilling out. But eventually, he just gets annihilated, so there's the cap. So now, up towards point B is where Nyam need to go.
But luckily for REVATI, at least, there's not a massive ult lead or anything like that after that last fight, and they can just regroup. They don't lose the whole team. They don't get completely wiped, but lose another fight, and then we're talking about a completely different story, as the Nanos are still even for these Anas. And they're trying to hold the archway now. Hofak struggling to get line of sight. Good spacing against the enemy Winston.
Okay, well, there's the Nano. And now first and foremost, Wyatt still trying to get his online Mimosa under some fire. Looks like he opts to hold it for now as the barrage goes across, and that's going to be enough to go ahead and break down Fearful. Pulse Bomb, however, goes in. Wyatt going to be taken out, but Harton loses his life. Wyatt just charging forward here, hugging the Tracer, because we can die together. Takes him out, and that's the fight victory going the way of NyamGaming.
Okay, this is so important that this Primal from Fearful gets something done, because just buying time alone for the rally isn't going to be enough. Wydot has a Nano. This is looking really good for Nyam. They only need one more team fight here, and Daisy still holds the pulse. Bob can buy time, but Fearful needs to make a miracle happen to get that rally out. I mean, Harton could maybe find a pick, but that's optimistic. Let's see, Fearful, what you got?
Jumps forward. Hart for now held at bay. The overtime is just going to bleed down.
Oh, no!
Well,
We'll give it to you once, man, but the second one on that one, he had to have a big primal, but in order to do so, isn't going to be touching that objective 2 times in this series, isn't going to be getting that rope rolling.
well.
That wasn't a C9 either for a different reason.
This one's treading a line. This one very much is treading a line because the fight was just
winnable. It was winnable.
Yes, this one I think that I mean they're scared. They get forced away because they just see nanoed up Fearful running at them, jumping at them, and they say, okay, back away, try to create some space, but then no one's on the cart. The overtime bleeds down so very quickly, and it's one of those things that is pretty easy to forget when you're in moments like that where you're trying to go for this very clutch, very long push in OT. It's just how quickly that bar will dissipate. So I think that this one I think this one may just be a C9, given that it was a fairly neutral. But we can consult the councilman.
Yeah.
He did chime in. He messaged me. He said that the previous one, not a C9. So glad that we were aligned there.
He's not removed.
And then we'll wait and see what his opinion is going to be in about 6 minutes time when he catches up to this, or 4 minutes time, whatever it is. But either way, the series not over yet. So REVATI are able to fight back, but they now don't have any map picks available for them.
No map picks left. Excuse me.
So I think that ultimately, if I am Nyam and I'm looking to bring this to an end, I'm probably just looking to go Servasa.
Yeah.
Servasa, new junk. Bring the Genji in, play dive, run. You can run the
Honestly,
Malga.
just Malga Genji Tracer dive. I would say that's probably your best bet. You could play push, obviously, but then you're going up against potentially Hofak's Cassidy. if he's going to be running that. So that's always a scary prospect. Runasapi has been really popular right now. We're seeing a lot of different comps on it. We saw like some Zarya yesterday. But I just stick with what you're literally best at, which is putting Scarlet on a carry on a map where it's the best map for Genji, arguably, in the pool, or best map type. Both New Junk City and Saravasa are quite good for Genji right now. He's played a lot of it on Saravasa because that's been more popular, more common. I think that's a stronger map for Mauga at the moment. At first, we were like, maybe New Junk City is better, but I think right now I would give the edge actually to Saravasa for that, just with how the choke points work and how much overrun value you can get. But we'll have to wait and see because we don't know the map yet, and we haven't been told.
Yep. So yeah, we'll see what they decide to do. I think that if they want to just bring this to an end now, not want any opportunities for that, what we saw yesterday between Namakuji and MFC Supreme to happen, then just take it to Flashpoint and look to just go ahead and bring it to an end there. But I think that overall, yeah, there's definitely some good escort maps they would like to maybe have played, but they already got the win on Dorado, so ultimately it's kind of fine. But I think that the last two map types do look quite good for Nyam. So I think that they're still in an okay position.
Chat's figuring it out.
Yep, they're catching up.
Chat's figuring it out.
I'll wait for the councilman to tune in here.
Chat, even G-Clef thinks it's a C9. I don't think it's a C9 unless you have the team fight completely won. Team fight was beginning.
This is why this one's a borderline, because there just literally wasn't anything happening.
Yeah.
Both teams had their own, crucial little advantages. The Nano was going out, onto Fearful, but there was some decent ultimates that could be utilized from Nyam's side. But we just never even got to see the fight happen. So I think because we just don't even see the fight happen, it basically is a C9 with them.
I don't know. I feel like unless you win the fight and fight's over, it's not a C9. Otherwise, it's just a mistake.
You're going purist.
I am a purist. I'll be honest. I'm a purist.
Well, I will let you know that as far as the council is concerned, you have been overruled because Avril is in agreement with me that this was a C9.
I don't know. All I'm saying is go back and watch the Cloud9 games in Apex. There wasn't a moment where they actually just stepped off the cart for no reason before the fight was there, or missed the cart with a leap, or anything like that. They won team fights and then didn't touch it.
I mean, yes, but also they didn't both have to back away from the cart. I mean, I believe it was just the support. So you could have just had one back away, one stays on it, and then you go from there. But either way, it happened.
I'm gonna have to call Monty on this one.
Yeah. I think he's on a plane right now. So
he is.
Good luck with that one.
He's not available.
He might have in-flight Wi-Fi, so maybe you can get a hold of him.
Yeah, I know Monty likes to, on his flights, watch the Japanese first round of playoffs. He's been known to do that.
He just texts me all of a sudden. I'm just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, he's been known to get plane Wi-Fi, get the most expensive one so he can watch streaming, and get in here and then be like, actually, I created C9. It was me who made the term with Doa. And so, therefore, I decide. I'm just kind of seeing what chat's takes are, which is whatever they think is definitely not correct. So chat is saying it's a C9. So I'm like, Avril, you've been overruled by chat saying that it is. If you think it's a C9 and chat thinks it's a C9, you're off the council.
See, you're playing this dirty because
I am playing it dirty.
I do also very much love disagreeing with chat and telling them that they're incorrect. So these are dirty tactics that you're throwing right now. You're trying to sway me.
Has chat ever been right? Have they ever known?
That's a fair point.
G-Club is trolling.
It's definitely a fair point. But no, I think we still overrule you on this one. A broken clock right twice a day, that kind of thing with the chat, perhaps.
Winning the fight.
Well, we're just chilling. We're waiting to see what the map is going to be. I think maybe players getting a little bit of an extra moment to perhaps use the restroom.
Do you remember? Why can't I remember his name? It was Young something, the Brig player. Young Jin, yeah.
Yes, of course, the Shang 9.
Yeah, so in his case, when he stepped off the cart, it was that.
Oh, there was literally nothing happening when he did it.
Yeah, when
he just shield bashed away from the cart.
When he shield bashed away from the cart, That one's like a little bit debatable because it wasn't a one fight, but they had control of the cart. So and that one I'm like, okay, you have the objective. Like you have the objective, it's yours, and then you just walked off.
I think as far as like a payload type deal is concerned, it's about as pure of a C9 as you could possibly get.
No, I mean that one is like that one's one of those ones where it's like, okay, in terms of the team fight aspect, like they won the fight, they had control of the cart. And because they had won the previous fight, if I remember correctly, this has been like 5 years.
They had just gotten the cap. It was on Dorado. They just got the cap on A. The gates opened up, and as soon as the gates opened up, he shield bashed forward, got off the cart, it plummeted immediately, and then the game was over. So that was definitely the purest one that we could possibly see. But New Junk City, we were talking about it. It's coming through. We're expecting to see Scarlet back. I was going to say Garlet because I was going to say Genji and Scarlet. We're expecting to see that coming through, but could also play the Forest still. So we'll see.
Genlit, Scargy. I think you could still play Mauga Genji here. It's not as good as Surabasa, but we've seen it here a lot. When Mauga was first popular, we saw it almost exclusively here with the Genji. My allergies are acting up, but it's time for you to do the play-by-play thing. It's dubstep music.
Yeah, all right, well, here we go. REVATI can take us to a Game 5 and try to pull off a reverse sweep, or will Nyam just bring this series to a conclusion? Advance forward in the bracket. Reminder that this is an elimination game. Whoever ends up losing out in this series will be their OWCS season coming to a conclusion.
We're seeing a lot of these mistakes and overforces and C9 / almost C9 / whatever situations happen, these objective flubs, because of that tension, right? Because this best of 5 decides your future in this tournament, your future for the year. So tense here. Scarlet will be running the Genji, but actually with the Junker Queen, so a little bit more New Junk City flavored here rather than the Mauga. And Hopak is on Cassidy. They're going to try to kind of absorb this pressure. And I think Cassidy may Orisa on this map with the Orbital Ray from Juno is pretty insane. Like, it's pretty strong. And so if you can get that Juno ult quickly, I mean, he's at 40%. Even if you lose the first cap, you can flip it so quickly. And they have dealt with this dive this time around so much better. They Orisa way better than Ramatra at dealing with this. And now the turn is real. Dox is down.
Solid start before REVATI, as Mimosa similarly going to get cleaned up. Careful to find that one. And this will just be a little bit of added kills collected here on the back end, but ultimately things looking very good here at the start. So REVATI getting that first cap. I just realized something that we do have to take a brief little moment to shout out, which is happy birthday to 9K.
Yeah, happy birthday 9K.
Just saw, glance at my phone. Thank you, Kakao, for telling me when people's birthdays are.
I didn't know. I haven't checked my Kakao birthdays today. All right, REVATI is going to end up giving a little bit of a contest here, but they have this Orbital Ray. This comp is so broken with it. I mean, Fearful just have so much armor and all of that extra damage. They're waiting for the right moment, but they're just forcing Nyam to pull the trigger first. Once Wydot uses his ult, I think that's probably when they're going to drop it down. Epic setting up the angle to go directly through to the middle. It's a game of chicken, and here comes Wydot.
Okay,
and the
there
answer
it is. And Epic now going to be sending out his own.
Placement a little bit suspect.
Yeah, ultimate not really kind of counteracting against the Kitsune Rush. So not going to be jumped on, but still going to be fine. We'll find one. Wydot now going to be grabbed up here by the Orisa. It's Fearful looking alive and well on this pick. Tries to go for the predictive little shot there, but cannot make it happen. But either way, it's going to be a team kill, and the first flashpoint going the way of REVATI.
All right, well, still cleaning it up. Hofak having a great start to this map. Up and down the last few weeks, but certainly looking very good at the start of this one. I was a little bit worried about the angle for the Orbital Ray because it didn't go straight to the point where you want to have that contest, but ultimately it's still in the fight, so it doesn't matter. Rally, Deadeye.
Deadeye out aggressively. This is on the back around the corner, but it doesn't make him a pretty immovable target, so Hopak does get taken out by that Pulse Bomb. Blade's going to be pulled here from Scarlet, but decent targets, not really found too much. Eventually will come up with one as Hesty does fall, so might have turned around there in the fight. NyamGaming barely able to scrape by with the victory, and now can go ahead and get this first flashpoint cap for themselves.
Wonder if REVATI swap, like when Hofak dies there, you know, you can rally to try to set up the push and set up the contest there, but you know they have Sound Barrier. You know that once Hofak is dead, you're not going to win that fight. Blizzard usage there a little bit. I'm just not going to be supportive of that from you, Haratun, this time around, as they are going to come over and test the neutral. Big rampage!
Oh yeah, that catches on to so many. Just real way to try to mitigate that one. So that player's going to be bled down low. Solid little investment on the ultimate into the fight victory. NyamGaming maintaining control here as another team kill will fly through. 45% now going to be accrued.
Mimosa did end up using a sound barrier there for some added safety to guarantee they win that fight, but otherwise, fairly low economy win here for NyamGaming. They just guarantee that win. REVATI get to build almost nothing off of that.
Hold back.
Way too far forward.
Yeah, able to backpedal. Scarlet does pursue deep enough to be able to find that punish, but gets his life forward as the potatoes come out from Epic. Flames him. Doc's now going to be taken down. And this is maybe a bit of over-aggression here from the side of NyamGaming. Still in control up this point. REVATI still a little ways away, but now with an opportunity, a window to go ahead and try to find this cap. Why not just poking him probably from the back lines?
NyamGaming need to get in here for a contest. Daisy in position. They don't have to
flip.
Yeah, they don't have to force since they're 99-0, but ultimately do decide to give that up. Wydot's going to have his next Kitsune Rush ready. And Epic, we'll see if he can have another great counter.
Back Doc's going to take it low. There's Kitsune Rush. Pulse bomb attempt. Daisy unable to find the stick, and Mimosa going to be taken down as hard as able to find one. Goes into the ice block. The Blizzard now going to be built up. Lobs it down here at the entry to the point for a little bit more. Scarlet dashing across. Does manage to find one. He's got a blade, but just no opportunity to pull it. This is his last one standing. Will get cleaned up.
That's the kind of Blizzard I want to see. That's the kind of Blizzard you want to see when the enemy team is trying to force their way through into you with a Kitsune Rush, but they don't quite have the damage. You can just ice block Blizzard to guarantee your safety. Sure, he goes down ultimately, but his Blizzard really helped turn the fight. Terra Surge was a little bit low value. They have enough staying power in this one, and now Nyam, only a blade and a dream here for Scarlet. Nothing to set this up. If they can build the Rampage, maybe there's a way. Let's see. Ooh, nice big pull.
Yeah, pull forward there on a Hatatune. As Rally now going to be popped. Scarlet, this blade ultimately going to be a bit of an air one. Really found another Rampage. Sent out immediately. Connects onto 3. Rally now expires. Hatatune will get cleaned up. Back jumped on. Backpedaling. Deadeye pop. The flex comes in. But ultimately, Hesti just keeps protected. Finds a shield bash. Finds that kill. To regress over towards the point. The shot's not quite connecting. 99-99. Wins out whoever can find these next couple picks. So that's going to be taking this one. It looks like it's going to be Docs. Is escorting NyamGaming forward here for success to tie things up on New Junk City.
Scarlet's blade didn't really do much, like you said, in terms of kills, but he did end up forcing the rally, and then they just waited. He didn't sacrifice himself, and then the Rampage angle was found. The re-engage was fantastic. They have so much speed with this Lucio in this composition. REVATI struggling to match. It was actually a really clean fight there for Nyam, which looked like might have actually been a bit of a miss. There's just no punish during the rally for REVATI. We're now tied up 1-1. But with this sound barrier coming online soon with another Kitsune Rush, Wydot has been building these so fast. I definitely give the edge to NyamGaming right now.
That beat with Kitsune. Oh, if they get him on the low ground rather, then that is an insta kill. But instead it's going to be Hatatune going ahead, steadying himself, finding an illumination as Daisy's going to be taken down. Wydot swooping in from behind, however, helps set up for the kill. From those who collect, Kitsune Rush now going to be thrown down, but just double stacking the ultimates here with the beat as well. Really wanting to win out this fight and get the initial cap themselves. Scarlet doubled low, pops to the flex, but back eventually able to find him with a melee shot. Fearful, point blank, looking to just go ahead, pop the spinner, try to shove them back. Taken down, axe across. Docs has another Rampage ready to go, and he's going to send it immediately, but this one's going to be a whip. No connection going to be found. Hesti, rally pop, does manage to take him down, but then loses his life, so the rally's going to be cut short. The cap still not in for either side. Daisy dancing forward, pops the recall the moment that he gets it back online. Able to collect a kill here on the Fearful, forcing Hatatune now into the ice block. Eventually he will fall. Cap is there, REVATI gaining control for a brief little moment, but ultimately it's only going to be for 17%.
Yeah, there was no one else who could have touched, so even if he did end up having the Blizzard there, it would have been wasteful to toss it in, and wouldn't been able to keep him alive either. But in the chaos, Daisy really cuts the team in half after rejoining. And look at how quickly Mimosa has built up. I mean, that was a really long team fight, but he is already at 60% of that next barrier. Here comes the blade through the Orisa, just completely skipping Fearful.
I mean, he's only able to find one, and Docs does get traded out. That's still going to be a very good window of opportunity here for REVATI, especially as Wydot goes down similarly. So Hatatune with 2 allows them to really push forward here towards the point. Scarlet trying to maybe distract a little bit, and actually does collect one, as Epic will fall. Himself alive here for a little bit longer, and just nice time for Docs to look to rejoin. Now they re-corral. Hatatune taking down, the pulse bomb coming through. Daisy able to find that elimination, but Moza gets traded out by Hesti.
Yeah, but there's just a really split-up fight, and in these split-up fights, the composition of NyamGaming often will win out. least in the short term, just because they have so much damage.
And not only that, but they're also just profiting here on that point. So Deadeye's going to be used, but now Hofack taken down. Hesty dead as Wydot comes back through, finds the headshot there. Act across from Docs. He's looking to try to keep himself alive here for now. Kills streaming in from Wydot. The Kitsune Rush nearly online. The pull through on the Terra Surge. Fearful going to be taken down. Sound Barrier is online, but might not even be necessary here at this point. Hardatoon goes into the ice block. Epic going to be felled. Hardatoon dead now as Hofack swaps over onto the Sojourn, and that is going to be the second flashpoint pickup here for NyamGaming, now 2-1.
Swapping over to the Sojourn here. They're feeling the desperation. This is the hero he started his journey to being my GOAT on so long ago. But I mean, REVATI here so desperate now, so far behind in ultimates because that Sound Barrier didn't have to be used. They have double support ultimates for this flashpoint unlock. Hardatoon's had some good blizzards, but they're not decisive enough to actually win those longer fights, even though he gets 2 kills. Scarlet Daisy clean up. Fearful very far forward here.
Pushing up, trying to take some space. Sound Barrier going to be dropped here from Mimosa. The rampage across connects onto Force. Scarlet does get taken down, but the rest of the players now very much at risk as Hesty cannot survive the rally, doing not a damn thing. That's going to be a team kill going the way here of NyamGaming. And once again, flying to the cap now, looking to bring things to a conclusion.
All right, cap's through. I'm curious to see if Scarlet decides to try to go, Scarlet Daisy goes and try to catch any stragglers here coming from spawn, because Hardatoon's the main target. If they could force his ice block out early or get him to blizzard off the point, that would be amazing. Obviously, he's smart enough not to do so, but they're running low on time, so that's the only real tool REVATI have right now. So all eyes on Hardatoon. He's just going to chip away. He's escorted here by Fearful. Once he ice blocks, he'll build it.
And not really isolating too much, but yeah, ice block goes in. Blizzard's going to be built up, slaps it down. With the freezes and Docs is the first to fall. Scarlet similarly joining him in the grave. The losses here on the side of REVATI is going to be decent here for them because they need to get this flip, they need to get it cleanly. It seems like they will just about be able to do so. Wydot going to be the last one to get picked off here alongside Daisy. As SD does get caught up, and that could end up being costly for them. But REVATI now in control, 54% built up on the opposite side.
Yeah, it's really important that Nyam weren't able to build much more of that sound barrier there either. As Hardatoon was the target. I think maybe they misjudged how much ult he had. Maybe they're like, oh, we kill him before he blizzards. Maybe he's sitting at 60, but he was so close to it, he just ice blocks, and he's like, cool, thanks for all diving on me. I'm going to get massive blizzard value, and that's exactly what he did. Scarlet, there's no rally this time to shut down this blade, and out it comes. Ooh, huge whip
shot, but he does save the dash, but as he dashes back in, there's a Terra Surge ready for him, so Fearful is able to find the kill, but Hessy's going to be traded out. Wydot, however, going to be taken down, so REVATI able to trade up, and now in a much bigger way is Daisy. Mimosa all going to be falling to the wayside. They could reset, maybe they get one more contest in, but Docs is just going to be staggered down as he desperately chases in and will find a kill onto Epic with the bleed.
Somehow, some way, they're going to have to buy time for the sound barrier if they want to end this series right now. I mean, even that's not enough. They'll have to get it back up to 100, but it is really tough. I mean, Daisy should be able to. He died early in the fight. Down he goes to touch.
Okay, overtime forced out. Recall burned.
Need that barrier so desperately.
Needed to be used, and yep, Scarlet has to be the one on the dashboard. Gets duggled into the corner. Pulse bomb at the ready here from Hofack. Target, just tracking him down. As shield match comes across, and Scarlet's going to fall. Little Ray now in play, Rally rolling as well. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown at this one here by REVATI, and it is working a treat. The team kill is going to be bound, and that sends us now to a 5th and final flashpoint.
It's a 5th and final. We're going to 5. As unfortunately for NyamGaming, not quite enough there. Daisy's touch, they don't have the ability to start really getting those big frontline, well, I mean, really, frankly, Docs or Mimosa onto the point long term so that they can actually set up for that barrier. Now they have a huge swath of ultimates, though, for this neutral contest of this final flashpoint. But Hardatoon has been so good in these moments at setting up big blizzards. Once again, it's going to be him versus those supports.
Bomb. Okay, everybody's able to split away from that one.
Also, Docs' rampages have been big. Okay. Barrier.
Dropped in. Rampage going across. Connects on the 2, and Epic going to be bled out. Scarlet just be traded. Hofack able to find one, but ultimately Fearful just no other recourse available to him. Ends up getting taken down. Daisy dashing around, 5 HP. Back in for some heals. Eventually we'll get him. It's Docs just goes ahead and knocks Hardatoon down with the knife.
I think even if Hofack gets a back cap here while they're doing it, I'd love to see NyamGaming play very far forward and just Kitsune rush out and go for that dive with the Tracer Genji, try to get backline access. They're not going to do it, though. They're going to look for the push through the choke when REVATI actually goes in for the contest. Obviously, the time is on their side, so they can be patient here. But it does mean that REVATI have another chance to turn this fight. Hardatoon now down that blizzard, and it's going to really hurt as Daisy wants to punish the aggression. Is going to wrap around very cautiously.
Oh, goes in. There's the stick, and Hesty gets assassinated. patience pays off as Harakun is similarly going to be taken out. And this is looking like a bit of a slaughter here on this 5th and final flash. 0.70% already crested from the side of NyamGaming. Still have that Kitsune Rush. A blade nearly at their disposal. REVATI widely out of tools.
I mean, yeah, you didn't go forward, you didn't go aggressively, you didn't go in and try to deny their entry, but Daisy did. Daisy gets the pulse. And Hopak swapping over. They're so desperate.
And now they're rushing forward, looking here for the eliminations. Hesse going to be taking another back cap. He's going to be threatened. Harakun going for that one, but he's going to find himself all on his lonesome. Fearful will get cleaned up. As now they turn their sights once again back over here towards the point, looking for the flip. Hesse swapping over onto the Lucio. Fearful still waiting the respawn. Goes to the Wrecking Ball. Will they be able to get there in time? Will they be able to keep this extended? A touch from Harakun, a recall out, but Scarlet looks to hound him down. Down to 66, dead. Hesse cleaned up, Epic going to fall. As Daisy collects the kill and the Wrecking Ball, there's just not much to be done here by Fearful. Swings around, met by Death, the knife in, cuts him to pieces, and Hopak will be eliminated. NyamGaming will get the victory 3-1 with one last team kill, eliminating REVATI from OWCS Japan.
3-1. We didn't get the 5th game, but at least we got the 5th flashpoint. And it's a win for NyamGaming. Again, just solidifying themselves as the stronger team over REVATI, as we saw some underperformances from the DPS lineup again. And it's tough to say, Achilles, who's going to get player of the match in this one, just considering how well the squad played, how much better coordinated they were, the supports for the dive. Also, really good plays from the tank line as well. I feel like you could almost vote for anybody. You know, Daisy had some clutch plays, and Scarlet's Genji was fantastic. Asfaro was really good. Mimosa with some really fast sound barrier builds there. The nano timings were really good on Dorado. I feel like you could literally vote for any of the 5.
I think that is pretty accurate. I mean, Docs had some really good, moments, especially in that Junker Queen. It was very clean. The Mauga at the first round of Lijiang Tower as well was just also pretty sick from him. So yeah, I think that you could go pretty much any which way. So I'm expected to not be disappointed in whatever is decided upon here.
Yeah, I assume we still have player of the match because I wasn't told if we have it for playoffs or not, but I assume we do.
I don't see why we wouldn't.
Yeah.
But if I was going to go for a vote, I would probably do Scarlet.
Yeah, I would do Scarlet as well.
I think that, there was a couple of dips, a couple of, really wanting barrages that kind of came through from time to time. But when he was hitting, he was hitting. And overall, the Genji performance was strong. But it's going to go to Daisy.
Daisy had some really nice contests of the point, like his back cap touches were good, really good pulse bombs. But I think when you look at it, a lot of the series was defined by he and Scarlet getting into the back line. So it could go either way, right? A lot of the time we were talking about Scarlet's performances, but he was often set up by Daisy. When Daisy was chipping people away, Scarlet finishes them off on the Pharah. Same with his Tracer, chipping away, Scarlet finishes them off. And, a lot of this was the supports setting up both of them with the dive coming through from Docs as well. So I think you could really go either way on this one, but I don't hate it. I think it's completely legitimate.
Sure. I mean, consistent the whole way throughout. Honestly, kind of blanked out some of the really good Ashe moments for my brain just because of how King's Row had ended. But yeah, overall, a very good performance here from the side of NyamGaming just across the board. So very much hopeful for them moving forward. Obviously, they have a very difficult opponent ahead of them.
Well, Nyam has kind of been going like up and up and up, and it felt like, okay, Nyam got this upset, but it was because the enemy team played a little bit worse than usual. And I would say the DPS line wasn't super solid, but right now, if Namakuji wins, yeah, maybe you pick them as Varel, but Nyam might be feeling like they're pretty safe. They're a lot more flexible than INSOMNIA right now, I would say. So
yeah.
Who knows?
Could be the case. Either way, though, we have one more series for you coming up in just a bit. It's going to be Namakuji Bros fresh off their reverse sweep victory going up against INSOMNIA, so don't go anywhere.
looked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
See, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hard work.
With that shoe coming in with the Nano 2, this might just be enough.
DreamHack Stockholm. November. Korean team's gonna win, so whatever. Anyway, let's get ready to go into our second series of the night. I could very well be wrong, and I would love to be proven wrong for that matter. But we do have another series as we get ready to go into this one. If you guys are just tuning in, you missed out on REVATI versus NyamGaming. Nyam were able to take a 3-1 victory, as I'm sure we'll have the day match schedule thing come up here in a little bit.
It will.
But yeah, they have sent REVATI home. Their season has come to a conclusion.
And now we're going to find out whether Namakuji Brothers' dreams will continue or if INSOMNIA will squash them here going into our second series. One of these teams is also going home. INSOMNIA spent the entire regular season until they fought Veryl at the end in first place. Because of the seeding decider tournament, because of their loss to Lazuli, actually ended up in third place. Have to play this first round that they, probably didn't, if they had played a little bit better on the day, probably didn't necessarily have to play. They also lost to Veryl as well, so ended up dropping down significantly. And they're in a position now where Namakuji Brothers on their best form they've had not only this season, but all year, if you consider their previous roster with CC2 and Nozzle and all that. If they get upset today, then the end of INSOMNIA is, or at least for this year, is upon us, right? And that's crazy considering they were one of our representatives for Asia last season. Slightly different roster with Daisy, with the Anoptrix, but now that we have Brothers Aid and Milgaro on here, they're big favorites to make it to the finals, or they were, drop down to third. I still favor them here, and if I had to give like an official prediction, I'd probably still say 3-0, right? But, I mean, we're seeing this ramp up from Namakuji Bros right now, and they have really mastered this Winston dive with the Tracer, with the Ashe, so good at it right now that I feel like it's not a done deal until I actually see it. Like, I want to say it's going to be a 3-0. I want to say INSOMNIA is the better team, but until I watch those games, anything could happen.
No, it really could. And I mean, Namakuji, are, because I'm thinking Nyam in my head as well, because the point I'm about to make is that both of them have had very big glow-ups compared to what we saw in Stage 1. And Nyam, they were the team that lost to Namakuji, who then couldn't beat any other team in Stage 1. And they just punch their ticket forward into a position where, at the very least, they get to compete in the the wild card matchup. So they could potentially be making it over to the major. So they're in a really good spot. The glow up has been insane, and Namakuji are treading in similar waters.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Like when you consider big roster changes, obviously. Like shouts to Nozzle. Hopefully we'll see him next year.
We love you, Nozzle.
We love Nozzle. He knows. We talk. I mean, sometimes I like his tweets. So he should know. But anyway, my point is that this team right now is kind of on the up and up, and we would have never thought this team would even be in playoffs last season. And so to see them make it this far, to knock out massive fan favorites in MFC yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, by far in the West, the most popular team with legendary players like Tayo on it. Ended up getting not only defeated, but reverse swept. They got out-clutched. This matchup, to me, is definitely the more hype one of the day, even though, again, on paper, as an analyst, I feel like I have to say INSOMNIA should 3-0. There's some sort of, weird aura around Namakuji Brothers right now that makes me believe maybe they could do it tonight.
They may just be able to. Let me take a look here. It's going to be Kyo and Euclid starting in that support lineup. Menhera there available in case they do need him.
Yeah, wild to see Menhera not starting, actually. He's shown so much flexibility right now and, played a fantastic series yesterday. Did an interview with the Japanese casters, I was told, and ended up tweeting about it. His tweet went a little bit viral in the Japanese community. Man is very talented right now, but he won't be starting. It's going to be KO instead, and it might mean we see some Lucio here on the first map, as that's usually the setup. Euclid plays mostly Brig, has played a little bit of Ana. Necessal looking way better than his counterpart yesterday. Unfortunately, Romani just having a really tough time. And Namakuji Bros, they are playing very standard, very meta. And I wouldn't have said it like even the day before yesterday they would ever be able to go toe-to-toe with that composition. They were playing the Winston dive before, but the Cecil has improved so much. Peace is such a talented Tracer player. What if they do it tonight, Achilles? What if they do it, man? We were there when Nozzle got his first win. Maybe Namakuji Brothers, this new iteration, could make history for the org tonight.
No, they very well could, and it would be damn impressive. And I think that, you know, if it is going to happen, a lot of it is going to be on the back of Peace with that Tracer, because he was doing absolute wonders. I think that the kind of series-winning play overall for me yesterday while watching from home was him just being able to get that contest and stay alive on that bot on Runasapi when it was a 2-meter difference from them losing the lead. It felt like that was kind of the thing that really broke the MFC back.
Yeah, if they actually don't, if he doesn't play extremely well, it's just a 3-0 and we're like, oh yeah, it was a one-sided series. That's all there is to say.
No.
But instead, yeah, no, I mean that was a really big win. Insomnia here, 5-man roster, no subs, Undersea and Aid, Aid's brother Milgaru in the tank role, IQ and Waga Yume bringing up the support line. IQ, I think, really quite a flexible support. Waga Yume mostly known for his Lucio play. Milgaru has a wide range of tanks he can play, but Insomnia usually approach best of 5s with the intent of, we practice this comp today. We're running it on every single map. And recently, that's been Aid on Cassidy, and they set up the combos with IQ's Batiste and Immortality Fields, Deadeyes, sometimes with Amalga. They pick a comp, they master it, and they keep running it. There's not a lot of strategic depth from series to series, but within a series, from map to map, but between series, sometimes they have different reads, and I'm curious to see what their read is going to be today.
You know, I'll have to say, I mean, you know, the cast has been popping off for him, but the Venture also something that can be brought out from Aid, and I like to see, you know, a player who's been around the block for a while, because Aid's been competing within Korea for several years over, you know, in contenders and whatnot. Just being like, you know what, I like Venture more than what I've been playing for the last several years in my Overwatch career, and just says like, yeah, this is my new favorite pick, and it very well could see them played here today.
Yeah, I think there's a decent chance that he does at least swap to it at some point. First map will be Lijiang Tower. So we didn't actually get the 2 for 3. We're getting the same Z's here with Lijiang back to back. And I am curious to see what Insomnia's read on Juno is. Not a team that played it very much compared to the other teams at the end of the season. So, you know, this is a very strong map for it. Maybe why we're seeing KO coming in actually as the starting player. Maybe they want to run their own Ramatra comp. Could be Zarya as well coming out. We saw that a little bit yesterday. I don't know if that's really going to become standard, but Namakuji did pull it out with some great success.
Would be surprising to see. I mean, I think the Zarya still definitely does have some place here within the meta itself, but it's been a lot more niche these days. But either way, the game is ready to go. So Lijiang Tower to kick things off once again for our final series of the night. We've got Namakuji versus Insomnia. A bit of a David and Goliath battle here for them. Let's see if they are going to be able to find the win here to start things off on Lijiang, as it looks like once again we're going to be on Control Center.
The Nozzle shout out from Milgaru. We'll have to see it. And with the Mei already being shown, does look like we might be seeing that Ramatra Mei Juno comp here from Insomnia. Namakuji taking their own variant here if they do keep this with the Junker Queen. KO loves Lightweaver, but yeah, I was going to say, Lucio was my initial thought. It's going to be Euclid on the Juno, not him. So they're running that comp, but not with the Ramatra that Insomnia are running, the much more meta version.
Yeah, and Aid is here with that Venture, so we'll just be that big roll coming through as Milgaru looks to lead the way. Brothers in arms, going to force them back, and we'll reroute them.
Unlike the Ashe variant that we saw yesterday, or not yesterday, but the previous series where I was like, I think you need a Tracer, the Venture is going to offer that extra damage, it's going to offer that extra burst.
Well, speaking of, there you go. First kill going to be found. Aid able to take down Kyo. This now will be eliminated. So we'll drill dash into the corner, just looking to push to the side, isolates and conquers. That was going to be Insomnia getting the first fight victory, the first capital point. Let's see if New Gene's going to be able to escape and outrange here, but it's actually going to be Aiku who swoops out to be able to find that kill.
Did a lot of damage in that fight. Barrage is coming up pretty quickly, but tough to use if you can't actually get through these choke points, and the Orbital Ray is quickly on the way. Cecil here trying to buy some time trying not to let them push through this choke and come out with that dive. But getting in here, getting through that choke is not going to be possible. You're going to have to actually wrap around.
Ball coming up, looking to just go ahead and isolate here. Necess will try to get the pick off, and they will be able to do so under siege. Claiming that elimination. Zade just unburrowing, looking for another target. This is somewhere off on the flank, I do believe, but
I mean, look at KO's ult charge. It's so meager. This is really, really tough now for NyamGaming brothers because they just don't have a way to break through. Barrage isn't going to be enough. I like this back cap attempt.
yeah, back cap attempt does come in, draws INSOMNIA away from the choke, so some space open up here for NyamGaming bros. He's doing wonders here for them as Aid goes down, gets the burrow, pops back out. Ult at the ready, but for now it's just going to be that orbital ray coming through from IQ, keeping everybody topped up and keeping NyamGaming bros held back, wanting to wait out for their own ultimate, but there's a barrage. Eugene's able to strike, they'll find Milgaro, breaks on that front line, but now Aid just pops the ultimate, looking to try to go ahead and find some revenge here for his fallen brother. He'll dash, not going to find a connection, the ult will expire, but the freeze comes through off that blizzard. Makes for a very easy target, so Cecil will get taken down. The fight on the follow-up still looking fantastic here for INSOMNIA as they maintain control.
Just need to make sure they don't get Rampage here as Wu piece.
Yeah, needs that pulse ahead.
Yeah, I don't like to see that come through too much.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was telling you about actually before the broadcast. Some plays like this where he's trying to clutch it out. Doesn't get punished this time, as Rampage is actually really good.
Rampage does connect on to 3. Annihilation's going to be popped as they just pump some heals across. Milgar will eventually fall. Eugene's able to find that. Finds a second. Looks for a little bit more. And there is going to be the flip gears. A damn near team kill comes across. It'll be an extended one perhaps if IQ does end up getting eliminated, and he will. So INSOMNIA lose out on all of their players, and that is going to be NyamGaming now with control.
Yeah, so NyamGaming used everything for this, but they had to. They absolutely needed to win that fight, or they would have lost the first round. Sound barrier coming through a little bit late, but it's enough to help secure the point. Now INSOMNIA just racing towards those ults here, but they don't have control for the first time, so now have to make their own wraparound, make their own approach, as Undersea is really quickly building up this blizzard. Doesn't even have to use his ice block just yet. They're actually starting to contest the point.
Yeah, I mean, Flip's getting ready to come through. They start going a little bit aggressive. Aid just relying on that on Burrow. Limit testing a bit, pops out. Don't find too much there as the shout comes in from Necessal. Flip, however, is in. INSOMNIA now back into control. Threatening the ending of this map, but Aid's going to be taken down. Necessal able to find one piece under the pulse bomb build up. It looks like, hey, this time, okay, we'll be able to find the stick as Wagayumi gets taken down. Piece able to go ahead and just dismantle both of these supports.
I was talking to G-Clef about this yesterday, but sometimes when you watch Peace play, every move he makes, especially his pulse bomb tosses, just feels so like second nature. It's almost like he does it without a second thought. He's not even really looking at the target. He lobs it into. Such clean play to take Wagayumi out there to guarantee that that cap does come through after getting that pick moments before. NyamGaming brothers really turning this map on its head.
Aid kind of being outdone here as Euclid will also pile in to be able to find that kill.
That's a huge pick. They really needed Aid for this next fight, but they still have time to regroup, don't get me wrong, but KO's getting close to that sound barrier. INSOMNIA, what felt like a shoe-in, starting to feel a little bit further away. Euclid also has the orbital ray and can use it in the choke. Much tougher for IQ on the point to get in there.
Go ahead and send it right here at the front of the choke point. Who has his own, but Eugene's going to be taken down first and foremost. LeBron's not finding too much for the Rampage. Finds all 5. Orbital ray not going to be doing a damn thing off the back of that one. Wagayumi going to be bled down. IQ now dead. Axe across for Undersea, who has no other recourse but to desperately send out this blizzard. The freeze will come in, but do they have the damage even to try to take down the Cecil? What's the answer? Is going to be no. As Aid is forced back and taken down. Euclid finds that. The Annihilation will finish off the enemy tank, but this round has basically been stolen away here by NyamGaming. Touch cannot come through, I don't believe it. No, it cannot. It's 100-99 as NyamGaming take control center.
I've just always this last 2 weeks with NyamGaming, I look at their ults, I look at the situation, I look at the game, and we've been watching Overwatch, you and I, and casting Overwatch for so many years. But there's just some magic, man, with this team. And in this situation, the Cecil is like, okay, they're funneling into a choke. They want to actually set up that blizzard. That's the position they're looking for. I have the Rampage angle. Sets up a massive one there. They just keep cheating better ult economy. They just keep clutching, and often it's Peace, often it's Necessal. Makes it happen. KO playing the Lucio here on this first map, and Eugene's going to swap over to Echo. INSOMNIA, as is the INSOMNIA way, will just continue to run the same comp. Still very strong here, of course, on Garden.
Especially with the May, so Aid is the one who takes the skies here with his own Echo. bit of a 1v1 in that regard. Undersea trying to push forward here, looking for a target. Kao's going to be taken down. Milgaru able to find the first here. And now that does leave Cecil in a bit of a poor spot. So the beam will quickly claim the Junker Queen, and that's going to be Insomnia ready to cap the point as it unlocks in 3 seconds.
First flip again for Insomnia. Aid just going to layer some damage in, try to build more dupe charge. The cap comes through. The Cecil on this Winston is certainly going to give them backline access, but the targets aren't, necessarily very good here on this map, especially when they have point control. Let's see where he decides to engage. Maybe he could try to punish Aiku. And it's probably his best bet in terms of setting in a leap, hezeling people down. Has a lot of mobility with this Lucio, but still no Ana in this composition.
Yeah, it does hurt enabling the Winston fully, so I have to be a little bit smarter about positioning and the engage timings here. Now Insomnia moving up to 30% as the beam comes in, and Aid can go ahead and assassinate these teams out of the sky. Turns his sights over towards Peace, who is able to win out of that fight, but Undersea with a little icicle to the head. In the head takes out the Tracer. For now, Insomnia should be sitting pretty, just maintaining control here.
I think this Lucio, or this Winston Lucio, it's not the Lucio's fault necessarily, but if you're going to run the Winston, probably should be at least one of these 2 swaps.
Ooh.
It's a nice little pick here on Yume, but they're going to need more than that. But it's a great start here.
It's a good timing. So right as everybody is getting ready to come back in here from Namakuji, they find that opening kill. So it gets Yume out, but they need to make their way over to the point and really threaten this one soon, because he's going to be sprinting back in, but there he goes. There's a swap out. For a support as Aiku will similarly fall. Little Ray now in play. Layer that one in, but KO's going to be taken down. Primal from the Cecil able to find Undersea. Milgaru down to a sliver of HP, just trying to stay alive. The rally's going to be popped. Invested to really try to get this Ramatra in play. As Aid goes for the dupe. Gets a copy here onto Euclid. Eugene's going to be taken down. Cecil now falling to the wayside, and somehow Insomnia managed to clutch out this fight despite having their support cycled out.
Yeah, and Orbital Ray just isn't that useful for Winston. It amplifies his damage, gives him some healing, but it's not enough burst healing, nor is it enough damage really to turn him around. You need that nano boost. They didn't have it. He was able to get the Primal off, fortunately for him, but there's no sound barrier to follow. Aiku, on the other hand, will get a lot of value out of this one here on the point. Namakuji need this barrier to be big.
Okay, the contest is in.
KO's ready with it. Wall's down, so he's got a big line of sight for it.
He gets dropped. All 5 players receiving that shielding. Aiku just trying to keep everybody alive here. Pulse bomb again. He's able to find Yume. Very consistent with that. The Blizzard will be weighted out, but now Euclid and Cecil both going to be taken down. Aid back up into the skies, down to 9 HP, but no eyes on him. No one really even trying to threaten him out of the sky. As Peace will be the last one to fall. And it's going to be 100-0 in reply as we go to a 3rd and final round. So Night Market to decide Lijiang Tower.
Lucio plus with that Winston is really my main issue, and I don't want to harp on it too much, but you have tons of single target healing with the Juno, but there's not enough utility. The speed boost can help the Winston, but it's not going to increase his damage nor give enough burst healing to allow him to then really go super deep and build fast primals. As the Junker Queen makes a lot more sense, she's going to get a lot more value out of those burst heals, but swapping to it again, but it's an Ana. And this makes this comp feel so much better. Even though it's not meta to see the Ana and the Lucio, the Brig that he's swapping to now is definitely the way. This makes me a little bit more comfortable here for Namakuji's chances of bringing this first map home. On the other side, same comp here for Insomnia, 8 sticking with the Echo.
Maybe just getting a little bit better on that first round. Insomnia still feeling confident here in the composition to be able to deliver success. As for now, Insomnia will take the inside track to the point, unlocking now in 5 seconds. Namakuji going to have to try to displace if they want to be able to get this in their favor. Yume going to be antied out for a brief little moment, but just no real entry power for an Cecil, so he can't work his way into that back line. He does a little bit of damage, drawing the attention here of Aid. Him constantly checking for that flank, but Insomnia ultimately will be able to get the free cap on the point, and KO's going to be taken out. Undersea finds that kill. Now the floodgate's going to be opened up here as the beam comes across, looking for the pick here onto the Winston, but Aid doesn't want to over pursue, pulls back, but Milgaru is able to find more, as they will just be able to continue to pile in.
Yeah, this is a huge win here for Insomnia. Namakuji Brothers on the cusp of winning that fight, hitting some of the members low. Backline access was there. The sticking power here for Insomnia, just so good with the AoE coming out from Brig. Aiku's single target on Milgaru. Undersea, 60% of a Blizzard here. This fight for Namakuji, they need to win it. KO swapping.
Aid is going to be fine. As Peace just really treading a fine line with that recall.
KO on this It's Lucio again, but he's so far behind in ultimates. You need to win this fight before INSOMNIA get theirs, or you're probably looking at a 2-1 here in INSOMNIA. I mean, the advantages are real. Ana doesn't have that nano yet, so they're waiting for that, but that's precious time lost.
And NyamGaming going to be taken out of the skies. Aid with the beam, able to find that one. Does have that dupe online. Piece, however, Pulse Bomb not going to be needed to take out Wagyu. This time it needs it for the follow-up, so Aid will fall. Orbital Ray, rather, going to be committed to the fight here by Aiku as Undersea collects 2. Both supports going to be taken down, but still a rough position to be in here for INSOMNIA as they wait for some rejoins to come in. Primal from Necessal just juggling Undersea his way away as best as humanly possible, but the flip is still not confirmed. Milgaro is still here on the point as the support's going to be scrambling to try to get back over towards him. He comes in from NyamGaming, goes to the copy here onto the main, into the ice block as Undersea commits his own. Necessal going to be frozen up, taken down. Flip is there in their favor, but for how long is the question, and it looks like not Barry. Break on the dupe here. NyamGaming's back into the skies, but just can't make it happen, can't get enough done. He will fall to the wayside, and INSOMNIA will find the fast flip off the back of the team kill, now moving past 80%.
Yeah, let's see if Aid's duplicate here is enough to secure this. I think it likely will be Undersea can buy time with an ice wall here. Try to stop that Doomfist from getting in and touching. Aid's looking for the flank.
He's ready to assassinate. He's hoping that somebody comes up over the top of this wall. Full stickies onto a Lucio into the beam. That is going to be a surefire kill, but instead, we will be able to elude him a bit. He's on the chase. See that HP getting low. Aid has to actually pop the dupe onto the Lucio to try to stay alive. He's trying to get those iframes, but NyamGaming is close enough to be able to find that punish for the overtime. Nearly bled down. Piece. The last second contest, managing to find that one. Anti on the 2. As Undersea goes into the ice block, Milgaro with that annihilation.
No sound barrier.
KO, and Necessal now going to be taken down. NyamGaming can only find one more as Undersea will fall, but he himself will be felled. Milgaro just a bit too big here on the Ramatra. Knocks him down punch after punch. 100-0 into 113 closed out. INSOMNIA find their footing a bit more on the back end of Lijiang Tower for the win.
And they didn't play Menhera, right?
Yes.
I think that's the crux of this. There's not really an Ana player here. They had to flex it. They had to pull it out. They're still running the Lucio. He plays Brig, and it's like, it's not working. It's not looking great. He swaps over Lucio because that's kind of his role on this team, which is why we said it from the outset. Once we see the rosters, we'll get an idea what they want to play. They played the Lucio. It worked initially, but at the end, when they were trying to run the Winston, did not work. Showing a little bit of predictability, and also I feel like some weak points in this particular roster. But it just goes to show Necessal is feeling most confident on his Winston. That's why he basically played it almost exclusively yesterday. And I think that we'll probably see Menhera subbed in for their map choice for Game 2. But if you're on the side of INSOMNIA, you're like, oh, I saw you do this yesterday. I saw you play Winston all day. You're going to play it all day here for the rest of the series. You have to imagine maybe Flashpoint's a different story, but they probably have something prepared. I still think it looked really close, and Peace said Wagyu doesn't exist. Like, how many times did he kill him in that series, in those 3 rounds? He just kept killing me. Even the fight is lost, he's like, well, at least I got Wagyu again. Like, he's like, yeah, I'm the only one alive. I could just retreat and go back to my teammates. How about instead I kill Wagyu?
I mean, I said it. If they're going to be able to get the win, I think a lot of it is going to be on the back of Peace. He was doing some solid work.
He's always doing solid work,
consistently picking off that Brig, but just not quite enough. I mean, even that 2-piece that he was able to pick up there on Night Market, being able to just get Wagyu neutral, pulse bomb out, takes out Aid. Just not enough to really convert that into any kind of firm control on the point itself. So, I mean, still some solid efforts, but we'll have to see how they fare as we go a little bit deeper into this one. Because, yesterday, weren't able to get the win on control. Still won the series.
Yeah, that pivotal moment you mentioned that we had on push was really where they took the momentum away from MFC.
Yeah.
Out-clutched it. They lost the first maps fairly convincingly yesterday. I think it was about as close on control as that one was, but it wasn't until later that we saw them really start to play incredibly well, get into the heads of MFC. So even though they're down 0-1, don't think you can count this team out. That was the case yesterday. They got the reverse sweep. The question really is, where are they going to take us? And I'm thinking, I sound like a bit of a broken record based on what happened in the last series. Based on how they played, I think we will see the Menhera sub go through, and then we'll see either Dorado, which is most likely, or Kings Row. And in the previous series, we saw Scarlet play the Pharah. They really like to play Pharah Winston. This team, not so much. They just play Ash Tracer Winston on Kings Row. And I think that if they pick Kings Row, it would be for that reason. You can also deny Circuit Royale if you pick Dorado, which has been a historically good map for INSOMNIA.
Yeah, I think that I'm right there with you. I think trying to just get to something, get somewhere where the Ash Tracer is going to be a lot more stock standard, that's going to feel good. Because I don't know. I mean, even though I've been covering a lot of Japan this stage, I don't know that I've really seen New Jeans play the Far or the Echo, at least not in any memorable capacity.
Yeah, never as a mainstay.
Yes.
Never as a mainstay.
So that definitely feels like a bit of a pain point in a gap in the hero pool for them. So they want Peace, of course, on the Tracer because his impact is huge, but you also lose that impact from New Jeans being on that Ashe because they just feel like we need somebody in the sky that's going to be able to go toe to toe with whoever, et cetera, et cetera.
Part one.
So there you go. So Manhattan is going to be subbed in. Things are trending in the right direction for your prediction here, but we'll wait a little bit longer to get confirmation on the map pick.
Yeah, really heavily favoring Dorado for them. You definitely don't want to go to Shambali. Circuit Rail's off the cards. If you go to anywhere else, like Colosseo, or for example, where they did have that great play a few weeks ago, Runasapi, which is looking better for them, then you give up the fact that your opponent will then be able to take that Circuit Rail.
Sure.
So I feel like just twofold Dorado's too high value. The only other thing I could see happening is they have a specific map prepared that they had hidden that they didn't use yesterday, but they were pushed to the brink yesterday. So I feel like if there was something secret, they would have pulled out yesterday because their tournament life was also on the line yesterday.
Sure.
So Dorado or bust.
Dorado or bust. Yeah.
Hopefully we'll find out soon.
I mean, if it is, then I mean we're just kind of treading in the footsteps of the previous series a little bit as well. Lijiang into Dorado, maybe a King's Row after that one. We'll have to just see what is happening. As for now, we're just big chilling, waiting to see what goes on.
I've noticed there's a ton of Korean fans for Peace over the last few days, which is not unexpected, and I love to see how many Korean fans come and support him here. I even saw an English-speaking fan, not sure if Korean or not, but wrote in English, "Peace can't do more." And I feel like that's kind of literally the case. Like, his stalls have been amazing when his team is in doomed situations. His back caps when his team is losing control of the fight or when they're losing control of trying to enter. He's like always on the point, pulling the rest of the team back, pulling aggro. He's one of the best Tracer players I feel like we've seen in Japan. And it's crazy to say that's coming from a team that just barely made it into playoffs in the first place.
He's been super consistent. And I think that, I mean, obviously, we don't unfortunately have the stats and everything, but I would love to know what his pulse attach rate or at least kill rate was on Lijiang, because it felt like he only had that first attempt that ended up going wide back on Control Center, and then I felt like every other pulse bomb that he sent had gotten a kill. There's probably one or maybe even two in the mix that we just missed because it just happened off screen. But it felt like his pulse bomb attach rate was above 50%, which is insane.
Yeah, it's crazy. And when you consider like how when you watch his first person view, like I was saying before, it just looks like he's not even looking at the target. He's like, well, obviously I kill him, but the question is like, who do I kill next? Like, it's almost like the pulse is an afterlife. He's like, he's dead anyways. I'm going to go kill this guy now. Like, he's instantly, like, flicking his reticle into the next target. He's just so fast. And I know it sounds like we're really glazing this guy, but I love to talk about new talent when it shows up. This guy is absolutely crazy. Played with O2, came up through that academy system, so that's his background. We've seen so many incredible players in the O2 system become great and amazing players who had great success both in Contenders Korea, but also in Overwatch League. So he's one of those players that I feel like is destined for big things. And even if they lose this series, I feel like he will find a home next year. Like, I have no doubt in my mind.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the talent is it's very clearly there. So regardless of whether or not today ends up being the end of the road for this season, this stage, I think there's a very bright future ahead for Peace. So, yeah, curious to see how everything is going to check out there. But I also want to know what the map is going to be.
Yeah, it seems like we have some delays. I'm going to see if I can see if there's any updates, but I don't think so. Let's see. Nope.
Okay, well, we're here in the dark then.
Well, I mean, it's like there's a lot of studio lighting.
Yes, of course. That's not a good way to start off a banter round, start off a podcast. Make a silly little joke.
G-Clef mentioned that he can't eat cold sandwiches and he can't eat cold pizza. Should we fire him? I mean, I'm seriously.
But what does
asking.
that mean?
Like he said he thinks it's gross basically to eat cold pizza, and cold sandwiches are not acceptable. They need to be heated.
What?
I know this.
I had a good relationship with him. Why would you do this to me?
I know. It is wild. Okay, we're going to Dorado, unsurprisingly.
Okay,
But,
yeah.
I mean, just to finish the thought, though, I mean, he was a little bit delirious. That was the day we had the crazy long pauses.
Sure.
And the server crashes, and we had to have the emergency day yesterday because of it. But I did have to out him a little bit there.
Look, I can kind of get it with cold pizza because it's not my preferred. Like, but ultimately, I can. Like, if I just open the fridge and I don't feel like microwaving it or throwing it into the air fryer to reheat it, then I'm like, yeah, whatever, I'll eat this. It's
Sometimes
not the
you're in
way
a
that
hurry.
not the way that I want to eat pizza, but you can't eat a cold sandwich. Just like, what about like just a cold cut sandwich?
Yeah, he said he doesn't like that.
What do you have a tuna sandwich? You heating up a
I mean, I don't
tuna
know. I don't know
sandwich?
specifically, but he might. It sounds like he might.
No, now you kind of pissed me off. This is unacceptable. G-Clef, if you're still watching, we have words we must exchange because that one's weird. Anyway,
I don't know if he heats up tuna, but maybe he just doesn't like tuna sandwiches. So we expected this map pick. That's why I didn't go deep into explaining why they picked it when it did get shown, because we kind of did that for like 5 minutes. Denying Circuit Rail, having the best map for NewJeans is Ash, that's been his best pick all season long. Like you say, he doesn't really play Pharah that much, doesn't play the Echo that much. Peace is the Tracer. Honestly, like competing with players like Kyuki for best Tracer in the league right now, I would say, even though he's on our 6th place team.
sure.
And Menhera's back in, right? This is the setup that you want as Namakuji. Defense first.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Well, even some of the best. Sometimes it happens. Aid with a fantastic opening shot.
And they got a good teleport here from Undersea as well. They're actually going to wrap around here, knowing no Tracer can punish.
Nancy on the 2. Quick little pop up, looking for a very narrow angle, but widely will be eluded as we just have the ultimate battle happening here on the low ground. 2 Winstons stood still, zapping each other.
Undersea onto the Pharah, trying to find an angle here. No line of sight really for 8, but this is going to still pressure them back and allow the cart to roll once they get somebody back on it.
And ultimately, the only line of sight he needs is somebody to draw the attention of Euclid, who's very low. Nearly gets eliminated there. As Cart will start inching forward here. Slow going is okay. And a battle. And Hannah now down to 20, but Aid taking out Peace, able to find some vengeance here for himself. Gets that elimination. We'll see if Aid just goes for the instant swap now.
Imagine he will, and he's actually going to go on to the Tracer in this case.
Okay. More unexpected in that regard, but Necessal going to be taken down. He's able to find another one as Undersea will be eliminated. So 1-for-1 in that regard with the front line widely going to be broken down. Now there's a Primal available here, and Milgaro immediately is going to pop that one. Trying to play a little bit more loosely here, try to dodge out on the sleep darts, but now doesn't have to worry about it. So Hera will be taken out. Haiku able to find that. Eugene's going to be stopped. As everybody else scattering to the winds, trying to stay alive, but they will be found. They will be eliminated here eventually. And that's going to be the point A cap coming through. Just shy of 5 minutes now on the time bank for Insomnia.
Always hyped to see some Aid Tracer. We don't get lucky all too often. He's been very good at the pick, but has shied away from it so much this season. Is going to be playing it now. Menhera does have that nano, and observers are showcasing that he and Necessal are going to be the main characters of this next defensive dive here by Namakuji Brothers. Try to get into the backline. But the backline's tough. I mean, it's Brigana, and there's not otherwise a great target. It's not an Ash comp.
Oh, damage though. Menhera dumped that nano right before death on the Necessal, but now Euclid is going to be taken out as well, as Undersea is just finding immense amount of value here with the nano. Barrage in the back pocket, could pop it, decides to go ahead and hold it for the next stretch, as Necessal will fall. And so much space is now opened up here for Insomnia.
Yeah, that couldn't have really gone worse. Unfortunately for Namakuji Brothers, Peace also going to miss a pulse. That's one of the attach rates that does not go through. As Cart's still rolling, Undersea still has the barrage. He got nano, but didn't have to use the ult.
Water you may as well try to stay alive. Pulse bomb stick comes in. Eugene's going to be taken down. Supports, however, falling low on the side of Antonio, but now the barrage in over the top, just here at the staircase. Just managed to find Menhera. Cart still widely moving forward. Necessal, however, could bring that to a conclusion, at least temporarily, as he jumps down. Primal is at the ready. See tag down to about half HP, and Peace will be able to pursue deep enough to be able to find that kill. Cart still advancing. Jump off here from Milgaru, moves up onto the high ground. But locked in position here for the moment. It seems like maybe Namaguchi can now find some semblance of control.
And Namaguchi had to use everything to get back that control, as Wagyu going to swap over Lucio in this situation, try to rush back. Wolves go to the brig here after that goes fail, because they thought maybe they had just enough to continue to snowball that fight forward. Milgaru has the primal. NewJeans would be his target if he ends up using it on this fight. As you can see, Aiku is very far away from the Nano. In terms of a one-team fight, will take at least 2. So the timing of this is kind of awkward. Nice sleep.
There's the ante. Trying to set up for some kind of elimination on Esports the primal, which they will be able to do. So
that's massive.
Yeah, it is now going to be rolling here, but then we're in the follow-up fight. The card again being escorted forward. Undersea down to the sliver somewhere off screen as NewJeans just getting smacked around here. Will eventually be eliminated, but Milgaru will get traded out before he's able to find another one. So Euclid going to be dead. Bit of a fade away attempt at the pulse bomb there from Peace. This time not going to be able to find that stick. However, going to be traded out to Cecil. Does find one. Trying to find some stability as Euclid desperately has to pump some heals across to keep the Winston alive. Comes up over the high ground, but will be sniped out. So Cap on B, very likely to come through here as Peace has to pop the recall to keep himself alive into the fight. Undersea nearly traded. Heals continue to stream through. 1.38 meters left to go. Time bank now down to 2 meters, but it feels like the staying power for Namaguchi just isn't quite there. Can't clutch it out, so the time bank bump up comes through.
Yeah, I just couldn't get back control. Started kind of trickling, feeding members through, but never having actually enough. Now that they get control of this archway, those things can change with those 2 picks coming through. Menhera does have the nano boost, and this is going to be a free team fight win for Namaguchi. Euclid does get picked.
Pulse gets committed here, but it doesn't really matter too much. In fact, I think Namaguchi are going to be more than happy with that one, given that Aid will get picked off on the back end, so there's kind of stagger. And ultimately, they can just run back pretty quickly. So not having to worry about that pulse as a blank threat is actually really good.
Comfortable for Menhera, because he is really the one who holds all the cards. His Piece is also going to look for a potential play here on the side if he gets spotted out. But man, Namaguchi have really all the tools they could ever want.
Aid to the crunch. Menhera as the Cecil going to go forward. Nano.
I think on the brig. No, or sorry, not on the brig.
It looked like it was on the Cecil, but I didn't see the thing on his icon in the UI, so it was hard to say. I wanted to make sure that it didn't go onto Bob, is basically what my big concern was going to be there, but Milgaru in the meantime, he'll find one. Piece eliminated. We'll come back, we'll have that pulse at the ready. Undersea, though, going to be seeking some kind of setup with that barrage available, but having the nano to really escort it forward, this could prove to be a bit of a suicidal mission.
Yeah, especially if Necessal pops the primal. Looking for an angle here. Oh, the punish.
Menhera. How is he in that spot? Did he get forced down to the low ground? I have to really question it either way. The response from the rest of the team still looking good. Peace coming up with 2. Necessal getting the punish there on the Aiku. Means that they can go ahead and maintain control. Milgaru just needing to die, go for the reset.
Yeah, it's interesting because not only was his positioning poor there, but Necessal going on to him, though, really opened, or Milgaru going on to him, really opened things up for Namaguchi brothers to actually turn that fight around very ult efficiently. And he didn't have a nano anyways, so not a really prio target when he is out of position like that. He can't offer much anyways. As Beast is going to win this duel, force the recall early. And he still got his own, so he's very good about this.
Okay, does get woken up. I'm going to confirm the kill. Pulse bomb out, gets the follow-up. Aid, oh man. Woke up on the wrong side of the bed here. Namaguchi bros just takes out both supports at the back end of that one. Now card very much opened up with a minute remaining.
Yeah,
it's been decent time buying here for Namaguchi, but they need to try to really stop this from getting to the end.
Yeah, I mean, they lost that fight there despite having some really nice ult-efficient fights moments before. Undersea is lurking.
Just hovering over the top. Now the nano going to be invested. Already finds Peace. The barrage into the back right here in front of the spawn room doors. Sets up the kill on a Menhera. Euclid going to be taken down. Cecil now just basically alone with the primal rolling, but HP has been taken low. He's going to be slept, woken up, and will get killed off as Milgaru scoops up another one there with that primal. So Cart will glide forward. A final touch from Peace, but immediately will be met with death. With 26 seconds remaining, INSOMNIA will make it to the end of Dorado.
Well, there was a real fear, I think, for Namaguchi that was going to be a massive time bank. It's only 26 seconds in the end with some really good plays. They punished really well Milgaru's dive onto Menhera. But 2 dives in a row means he doesn't get nano in time to actually properly...
Cart, what you doing? Stop that.
Don't tell me it's a crash.
don't-
Don't tell me it's a crash. Don't tell me it's a crash.
The timer's still ticking. And it will, and the cart will stay there until the 10 seconds goes away.
Okay.
I've just never seen the cart just continuing to inch.
Yeah, that was kind of strange. I made a shot of the cart.
Looks like we're good.
Yeah, I mean, I just want when I see that
That
cart,
would be, let me just say though, if there was going to be any kind of bug that led to a long pause, the cart spawning at sea would maybe be the funniest thing that could happen.
it's so funny. And then
They have to reverse the map. It actually just, it just reverses the whole way through.
Or alternatively, like Namakuji brothers are like standing up at the front, they haven't realized, and then Peace just blinks his way to the end of the map and like backcaps it instantly and they win. Okay, they're gonna look for a teleport play here.
Eugene's going
And-
to try to recreate some of that magic, but
Yeah.
Aid is actually committed to the Widow here.
And I think he's maybe predicting this because 8 has done this before on Dorado. Very greedy though from INSOMNIA because if 8 does lose that battle, you give up so much distance.
Okay, well, Undersea can just move 2 people off the side of the map there with a concussive shot, so why not? That's going to be a very good start.
That's a lot of time off the clock already. Peace will swap the Tracer, New Jeans onto the Ashe. Now, if they can identify where Aid is, let's watch this again.
Whoop.
Oh, just a really nice angle. If they can identify where Aid is, obviously Necesso can really push him away and potentially even kill him if there's no setup. They have Wagayume on him for now, but very risky setup here for INSOMNIA. Aid isn't hitting the shots just yet, but Undersea is making up for it.
And that he is. He's going to be noted.
With those environmental kills, he has such a massive amount of ult charge already as well.
I mean, yeah, the 2 eliminations off the rim plus just the neutral damage that he's able to layer in. Barrage now just 30% away. This is a very, very solid start from Undersea, and he's in over the top here on Manhattan, and that final fadeaway shot drifts up here to safety. Now it's right back into it, just putting these rockets right on top of Euclid's head. Undersea will fall low, just playing elusively though. That right click for the mobility. Nice to do. It's been in there for a while, but it's just so damn good.
Yeah. And, I mean, this is about as good as it gets, to be honest, Achilleos. Like, I mean, 8 is also starting to finally hit some of these shots. He's working towards an Infrasight. Undersea doesn't have to use the barrage in that last fight. Bio, inconclusive, though.
Barrage now going to be pushed through. Sleep comes in, and he will kill himself as he wakes up. A little bit overzealous with the trigger finger there, so it does end up falling. But yeah, I mean, it's 2 follow-up great headshots from Aid.
This
now
is
has
tricky.
the Infrasight ready to go.
Yeah,
Oh boy.
He may just commit the Infrasight and look for a pick here from an unusual angle. Trying to track the Ashe, doesn't use the Infrasight.
Now is going to be in a bit of a poor spot dead, so way too late for the exit. So a little bit of a misplay there from the side of Aid. A window of opportunity now perhaps opened up for Namakuji. As Milgar slept over by the card, and he's going to not opt to go for the primal. Looks like they say, okay, you know what? We've bought half the time bank plus. Let's just reset and then recontest in the market space.
Cecil getting some big Tesla damage here. The cleave is real.
Haiku.
Going for the juggle, maybe.
Yeah, looking for the kill, and they will be able to find it. That Sleep Dart just not going to be early enough. Wagyu may going to be taken down to Peace once again, finds that kill, but 8 answers back, rejoins, finds Manheta. Still doesn't have the ultimate here in the back pocket, but going to get jumped on. Oh, actually finds the shot point blank. Takes out Peace. Primal's rolling here from the Cecil as the card continues to glide forward for the side of Namakuji. So getting into A, still looking decently likely here for them, but Milgaru is still alive and does have his own Primal. He goes in for the contest. Nano now across onto Undersea, who jumps down, arriving here at the card. Pushes back, finds the shots, finds the damage, and Cecil going to be set up for it. And now, yep, the contest is back in here for their control.
What a set of plays from INSOMNIA. That was insane. They don't even have to commit the primal to control the cart. Nano goes on to Undersea. He's got that extra damage. Aid's headshot onto Peace is what starts it all off. Speaking of Peace, he is going to look for backline access here. A potential pulse could be what they need. They do have their own Nano. New Jeans gets purple though. This is the beginning of potentially the end of this map if they lose this fight.
And Nano across here on the Necessity, the anti on Milgar, but he just shrugs that off. Still has a couple seconds of that primal. Now turns his sights back over here onto Manhattan, who is dangerously low. Sports are down. Cart's starting to inch forward. Undersea going to be taken out. Manhattan able to find that kill before Milgar does pursue. Skim the barrage now out of the fight. Aid going to be taken down. Wagyu desperately swapping over onto Lucio to try to join back in here alongside Milgar. The Kiriko as well. Looking for anything that they can get this to just quickly jump back through, but I don't know if they're going to be able to keep Milgar alive. Barrage going to be used somewhere, but yeah, he's able to just go ahead, pound him down. Wagyu dead. This map not yet over. They do manage to scrape by with that win, but Rally gets popped there in the back end from Euclid, which is not a good timing here for him.
Yeah.
Now doesn't have that here for the neutral fight as they look to push in towards B.
Unfortunately, Age is super vulnerable. If you start losing control of the fight like that, and Milgaro isn't peeling, it's just so hard to actually stay alive. We saw the revenge fly by there for Peace when he was able to kill Aid after that wonderful headshot we saw from him just moments before. Both teams really low on ult economy here, moving into this push to B. And high ground is everything until Necessal gets that primal. Undersea playing with fire here, but not quite getting burned as he is finding that other angle. Aid, again, so vulnerable. I think it might be time to swap off the Widow.
Yeah, just playing a really aggressive position. I mean, it's an all-in spot. He either just pops off and comes up with huge value, or he just gets taken down like we just saw. You see, similarly, we're nearly falling. He's going to start crouch walking. Force off the high ground.
This somewhat decent value here to control this high ground, but
He's keeping a lock within the bank. Is the big thing.
He's down.
Okay, yep, there you go. The crouch walking pays off, and he does get caught. Widowmaker's still not being swapped off him. Central now with the primal rolling. Down IQ looks for a little bit more. Will be rewarded with Wagayume Undersea. Still being a bit of a nuisance. Finds one, but eventually will get swatted. And the cart is now rounding the last corner. And Insomnia, they're in tatters. There's just no way to really get recollected fast enough to get a contest going here.
yeah. I mean, you can play a lot around the high ground with Widowmaker on A because you have the window you can play around. You have the brig that's basically going to protect all angles there. But once you get to the more open open high grounds towards B, some of those high grounds are just too difficult to actually heal for. He does swap off of the Widow back onto the Tracer now. It's a good run, but
Jumped on, Coach Gun, just smacking him around, getting bogged there in the hallway, and Milgar with the stomp eventually just finds him to splash damage. Similarly here, Peace, nowhere else to go. Counted down, quick little blink and a hit from Aid. Cart control here in the hands of Insomnia, and this is what they need, because given how things went on that stretch from A to B, it was looking like Insomnia was going to squander what was looking like a full hold.
yeah, I mean, it looked likely that they were going to end up losing out on the ult economy. This fight was actually exactly what they needed because it allows them to catch up now. IQ will be able to match the nano boost. Cecil's still so far away from the primal because he needed it for that last one team fight. Let's see here. Aid already recalling, looks like, so big of an advantage here for Namakuji Brothers. It's all going to be about these nano boosts.
About to be very scrappy.
Oh, and yes it is.
Primal's in, Milgaru already shrugged off the bio. Just beat them around a little bit, but ultimately he'll have to make his exit, so no real value going to be found off the back of the Primal. Aid of the Pulse Bomb goes out, and Manhattan going to be taken down, so now there's no nano in place, and the Cecil has to be that much more cautious here. Looking for the predictive sleep, can't quite make it happen. Undersea still going to be pulsed, limited there by Peace. In the meantime, in the back line, some targets as Wagayume and Euclid both have rallies rolling. Shot forcing him back further away. Nano going to be invested. Aiku sends it towards Wagayume. The juggle here from the Cecil, desperately trying to get this cleave damage onto Aiku, but just cannot make it happen. He will have that primal ready to expire here, as it's just going to be kill after kill going the way of Insomnia.
Probably holding that rally was a better plan, and Manhera's down as well here. Caught trying to return and set up for a nano in the next fight, but super disjointed. Using the rally means that you don't have both for this upcoming fight. That would have been two ultimates that would have been massive, just in general, for securing that fight and that last corner. But now you only have one fight left. Peace, as I think seen.
Oh, okay. Well, now they certainly know. And oh boy, here comes the sleep.
Oh, recall.
Okay. Oh, okay. Fancy footwork. Moves up out towards safety. In the meantime, Undersea getting jumped on. Turn the sights now over towards the Cecil.
Nano's already out, but he's just
able to find one. He's going to be taken down, but like you said, the Nano has been committed as they are trying to get into position to start taking space. Barrage now going to be layered in here at the stairwell. Euclid going to be taken down. Manheta eliminated. The Cecil slept, woken up, chunked down to half. The cart barely pushing forward. The time gone. They need this OT push to come to fruition. New Gene's able to find one. The bomb is in play, but now the Cecil going to be taken down. That front line eliminated. Milgaru just a hair away from being traded out. And Undersea's going to be swapping back over onto the Soma, but it might not even matter. He might not even need to find any kind of value, because it's really just New Gene's up over the top. The drop down comes through. The kill will be found as the Juno, Manhattan, all will fall to the wayside. Aid will go ahead and take himself out of the equation because it doesn't matter anymore. The hold is there. Insomnia win on Dorado, and they move up 2-0 now in the series.
That last rally from Euclid was really the choice that I think led to the dominoes kind of all falling.
Sure.
Because if he has it, they survive the follow-up fight. They have at least somewhat of an answer with armor to the barrage. but he used it there early. Manhero was heavily targeted through those final few pushes, wasn't able to set up for Necessal, wasn't able to get the nano early, and then they just avoided the nano entirely and were able to keep space away there. Aid popping off on the Tracer makes you kind of frustrated. We don't see him play this hero more often with how good he is at it. Because we were singing Peace's praises, and he had a pretty good game as well. I'll give it to him, but Aid kind of showed up and was like, I also play this at an extremely high level, and did end up getting the better of him a lot there. 2-0. Stage is set for the same sort of reverse sweep we saw yesterday. Fairly close game of Dorado. I don't know, Achilles. I mean, I can't predict it. Again, I can't predict it, but wouldn't it be really hype?
Yeah, well, get your San Andreas meme formats out, because maybe it's going to happen again. But it has to be a reverse sweep. For now, though, we're going to go to a quick little break. We'll see you on the other side.
Even the devil looked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
See, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hard work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the Nano 2. This might just be enough.
And we are back. We're about to go into game 3. At the moment, things looking very good for Insomnia. They weren't for a little while there on Dorado, but then they were. So they now have a 2-0 lead.
They do. And this is what happened yesterday. We saw Miku Fan Club Supreme take them 2-0. Looked like maybe we're going to have a 3-0. Game's relatively close, just like they have been in this series as well. And then we saw push happen. Then we saw suddenly Peace breaks their backs, and then they got all the momentum and won the next two, won the series, and that's why they're here. It would be really cool. It would be really hype. It would be really fun if we get 5 games again. I think they're probably going to take us to King's Row this time, I would imagine, just based on the playstyle we're seeing from them. They could do Runasapi. You know, they could take us there. It's been very popular in Japan recently, especially for Winston. You know, sometimes we see the Zarya, like I was talking about earlier with the new Zarya Juno tech, where you just put everything into the Zarya. Like I was like, can we get more damage than a 100 energy Zarya with nano boost and the orbital ray on top of the Zarya, just beaming people down? The answer is probably not really. Like, that's a lot of damage. Would love to see something like that again, but time will tell.
Time will indeed tell, and we'll see if the Kings Row prediction is going to end up being correct here in just a moment as we wait to fly the map pick graphic, as well as if we're going to have any potential swaps coming through. I don't think it's going to be the case, but it could happen.
It could certainly happen. And I'm trying to think of other maps that you could throw a curveball with here. As we have Eichenwald, you know, could be something they want to try to run, but with how 8 is playing, I'm going to say no. Blizzard World is definitely a no-go.
Yeah.
And then you're eventually going to have to play Flashpoint, but both maps play fairly similarly in this meta, so you're probably not going to waste a map pick on it. Almost no one is picking it in the first pick if you lose game 1, just because it's so low value in terms of what you can take away from your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, Achilleos, but King's Row would be my bet.
Yeah, I mean, it's standard, it's cozy, it's comfort. It lets New Jeans, you know, really just keep playing the Ashe here. So I wouldn't be too shocked either if that ends up being the case. I don't know. I'd be curious because even though they were able to get the clutch win on Runasapi, I don't think it's going to be the most comfortable thing. But it's actually going to be Paraíso that they go to. So this is something still, though, that does lend to, you know, enabling New Jeans to play something like the Ashe, and you can just continue to have the Tracer in there.
Yeah, I think this is the closest map in the pool to how Numbani A used to play out. And it means that if you have something like the Ashe, you can play around the high ground on A, and then you can also kind of back off and peel really well. It's really difficult to dive, but also when you're playing that Ashe Tracer Winston, you can also dive defensively incredibly well when they're trying to punish you. Once their Winston's cooldown is on, the leap is on cooldown, the punishes can come through. I'm curious to see what they're going to run here, as their tournament life is on the line.
That it is. It all comes down to this Namakuchi Bros needing to pull off yet another reverse sweep if they want to stay in the playoffs. We're able to qualify for this game off the back of one. Can they continue to hang? Can they eliminate INSOMNIA, a team that has been around the top of the standings the whole stage throughout on their, you know, during this warpath here that Namakuchi Bros are trying to set up for themselves? It all comes down to this Paraíso.
A bit of a long dubstep makes me a little bit concerned.
I am also, but hey,
okay, we're good. We're
okay,
good.
looks like we're in. Looks like we're in.
Are you a big cable car enjoyer?
Not really. I'm not somebody who particularly enjoys heights too much.
Same. I can't stand it.
So, yeah, I'll go on them, but I never used to have too many fears. You know a lot of the ones that I have.
Yeah.
Spiders, open ocean, arachna, as well as thalassophobias. Heights is not one that I had for a very, very long time, and I think that I've kind of gotten better about it. But I developed it because my brother and my father, when we would ride Ferris wheels, would intentionally shake the cart that we were in when we were at the very top of the Ferris wheel, and it used to scare the ever-loving hell out of me.
That's terrible. I love your father very much, but I shouldn't have done that to you. But it's okay. We're not on Blizzard World. You're safe. No Ferris wheels to be found.
I didn't die, so ultimately it's fine.
Yeah, ultimately you're okay. We'll see if that's the same for Namakuchi Brothers, as New Jeans will look for the pop-up. It is going to be that same comp we've been seeing from them the last two best of fives. INSOMNIA putting Undersea actually on the Echo here on the defense. I've seen this a little bit on Paraíso, a little bit Runasapi. Very, very strong if you can build that duplicate before A goes. He is struggling right now against Peace's damage, though.
Oh, Peace. That's getting taken out there. There's going to be pressure waiting for the moment, but I be able to find one as New Jeans will be taken down. You can see that he was under fire himself. Nagaru, quick little leap back up here onto the high ground, keeps himself nice and safe, and the supports are going to be happy because they are feasting as far as the alt-charge is concerned.
All right, Undersea is just trying to layer in as much as he can. A good block here by INSOMNIA on that attempt by Necessel. And this is the moment. Okay, oh, this is no longer the moment.
No, it is not. It is not the moment.
I was going to say it's the moment where Namakuchi need to strike, as they are in position to do so, but it's a punish.
It's been a really rough start here for the side of New Jeans. Continuously getting picked off. I mean, Aiden's own right hasn't been doing a huge amount, so he's not too far away as far as the blob is concerned. But as I say, that piece will die. Euclid's going to be taken down, and this hold does continue.
Ooh, the stagger
little coup de grace there on the Necessel.
Yeah, they're going to have the nano on this fight, and they critically... I mean, the most important thing is for them to win this fight before Undersea can dupe, and I just don't think they should be able to, because Aiku can also buy a ton of time. If Undersea gets the dupe on the Winston, you have double Winston in this comp. or even double Ana is fantastic as well. INSOMNIA just crushed this, and we resettled. And Nano's out first on MyamGaming.
Yeah, thrown down. Menheta trying to stay alive. Necessal with a nice little juggle. Will be able to find 8. Good deny on the leap, but the re-leap comes through. Shield Bash go ahead, take himself out to safety here for the side of Wagayume. Dorado now can go ahead and pop his own primal. Wagayume going to be anti here for the moment, but Necessal's going to be taken down. The juggle on the Euclid looking damn clean. Nilgar will eventually be rewarded with the elimination as well as one on the Menheta. The holds continue, still just the one tick to speak up here for the side of Namakuji, who need to get things going.
And it's just
a minute 40 remaining.
It's an ult reset because Undersea gets the primal. It's double primal, double Winston like I was talking about. They couldn't win the fight fast enough. Undersea just doing such a good job of building that ult up very efficiently. If he doesn't have it, if he's behind, if he's punished earlier, then this could have been a different scenario. Fortunately for Namakuji Brothers now, there is nothing in the tank, but a Bob coming up soon, but is one of the least impactful ultimates, frankly, on this roster right now, especially on the attack.
And the fact that Bob is still just waiting to come up just tells you how this has been going here for them. Speaking of Bob, though, Aiden's going to be sending his out, jumps up, takes a much wider angle, one that could very well cost him as he tries to fight back here against Euclid. Doesn't really take down the enemy Brigida, but eventually will fall. But that being said, New Jeans Necessal still caught up to Crossfire, still trading up. It's just, yeah, I mean, Nade having to be used just to keep themselves alive. Anti now out onto Euclid, and with the beam coming around the corner, Undersea will be able to pick him off.
And now they're not going to get a punish from A dying there. He's also going to swap with Tracer to get back here fast. And it was so close to maybe with spawn advantage on the attack. Namakuji Brothers making something happen. They're close to that nano, but INSOMNIA are in such a good position. They have theirs much faster. And I mean,
but saw similar scenes kind of happen a little bit on Dorado when it came down to that attack, but let's see if they can actually get across the finish line here. Bob now going to be set out in desperation, but there's a primal popped. Eugene's going to be nabbed up by Menheta, just desperately trying to keep everybody in the fight.
And
really though,
he's
going
to
to expire.
Have a primal eventually in this fight. They have Rally too. They should pop it ASAP, I think, if they want to make sure they can get this. They only have one tick.
One tick now occupying the point here, trying to build up the Rally still at the ready. Peace going to be taking low off screens. Rally does get popped. Wagayume trying to make his way out of the bar here onto the point itself. Can't make that happen quite just yet, but not the test is in. Peace. Eugene's both going to be taken down. Wagayume going to be dead as Menheta though is able to collect 2 kills. Nilgar, however, will find Euclid. Menheta will fall. And that is going to be Necessal now, last man standing. Pop the primal in desperation to try to stay alive, but there's going to be a Rally on the opposite side. He's going to be shield bash, whip shot, just knocked all around and likely taken down as the swaps come through to try to get the touch. But Necessal will fall, the overtime will plummet, and it's 64.2% to beat for INSOMNIA to find themselves a 3-0 victory.
Namakuji Brothers, it was in incredible fashion yesterday. The 2-meter lead that they were able to take push on to start the reverse sweep, but I don't think that we could even compare. I don't think we can even, like, it's just not comparable. It's not something that you can actually go, well, this is a similar situation, because now INSOMNIA have to do so little. All it takes is one mistake, one small overextension, one pick into the back line, and INSOMNIA 3-0s here. And you know, with old resets, obviously across the board as INSOMNIA come out of spawn, we'll see what their comp's going to be, but I think they'll probably just run largely the same thing. Aid, ooh, I say that, but at least in these hovers, that's not going to be the case. Milgaro sticking with the Winston. Aiku and Wagayume haven't changed, but Undersea looking like he was showing the Cassidy. The thing about the Cassidy for Undersea is, like, that's Aid's pick, so I don't think it's real. Namakuji Brothers, of course, will be running the comp that they picked this map for, which is the comp they've been running the whole time. The Winston Tracer Ash Dive. And let's see, we're just having a little tea party, actually. Just a little...
The Last Supper, perhaps?
Yeah, a little pizza floating. That was pretty interesting. All right, this is it for Namakuji. You need a full hold here, nearly. Just have to stop them from getting short of 2 ticks.
Oh, Aid looking for a pick shot again this time. Not going to be rewarded with it. Right over here. Onto the Ash is Undersea. Helping people here with those rockets. Coach Gunn will push back Milgar, denying that high ground access. Crucially, right as Euclid does get antied out, but he's right back into the action. Looking for that punish again.
Oh, everybody's so low. INSOMNIA looking for re-aggression.
Getting brutalized. Necessal tucked into the corner here by the stairs, trying to stay alive. Aid pushes the corner. Quite find that punish, but they still continue to keep them hovering low. Keep everybody contained here into the side room. With a split attention there on the targeting as Euclid antied out, but punish is not going to be found quite just yet, but I mean, every twist and turn, Insomnia are just beating the ever-loving hell out of them.
I mean, Minhera's getting closer to a rally. Sorry, Nano. He got so close, but I mean, they're going down.
I was going to say, it's a miracle that no one's died quite just yet. The floodgates have been opened up. Milgar able to find 2. The Dynamite able to go ahead and get the rest. Peace now going to be noted. They know that he is nowhere near the point. He's going to be zoned out. Dynamite will not connect, but it doesn't matter too much at all. The tick will start building up. Peace needs to try to get himself out of this bad spot, but Aid steady with a shot. Puts one right between the ears on the backside of the skull, and that is going to be the cap coming through. A 3-0 here from the side of Insomnia, taking down Namakuji Brothers, not allowing for this 6th seed team to remake that magic, I should say, that we saw them put up yesterday.
Yeah, Insomnia, the stronger team. They were the stronger team on paper and at their best. They were the best team in this region for so long in the season. Ultimately passed by Varel. Varel do look stronger than them now. Lazuli even potentially looks stronger than them now. But Namakuji Brothers should have been a pretty easy stepping stone to that second round. That last fight, though, Namakuji put up such a good defense. Despite everybody going low, they were able to hunker down in that choke point in the doorway, deny some of those fire rockets. Minhera's ult charge was flying up to 70%, but eventually the next wave of cooldowns comes through. They couldn't get everybody healed back up. They get wiped. That's the end of their story.
Yep.
I think Minhera and Peace, I mean, Necessal improved a lot, but Minhera and Peace are players that I think we will absolutely be seeing next season.
Sure.
I think the whole roster deserves like another chance for sure. I think Euclid also was a player that I was really low on at the beginning of the season, but really started stepping it up a little bit when it mattered most towards the end. But it's sad to once again send our Namakuji Bros off.
But it feels a lot better because this time it was in the playoffs. They managed to make it this far. Aid is going to be the player of the match, though, for the side of Insomnia. Some really great moments from him throughout. I mean, even just, that nice little shot on the end to get Peace to stop him from touching the point. Chef's kiss from Aid.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone of our observers was tracking him when he also got that headshot on the Peace when Peace was trying to dive him on the Widow. Right. I would love to see that.
Yeah, hopefully that ends up here in the highlight package.
His Echo was also pretty phenomenal. And, I mean,
this opening shot.
That one.
And, okay, well, now we're on him on the Tracer. So, no, I guess
we
don't
skipped
have
it, but I mean, look, it was just phenomenal. His performance on the Tracer also at times just outclassing Peace's Tracer, which I just didn't expect. And the man was clean, and honestly, he has picked up. Where's my POTM list? He won the POTM leaderboard because there's not enough games left for anyone to pass him. Where is it?
Too many papers.
I have too many papers. Maybe I don't have the POTM leaderboard today. I don't.
Okay.
But I think that's like his 7th of the season.
Well, that's a lot. But for good reason. I mean, Aid has just been incredible. Seeing him be able to play alongside of his brother is also super sick. And they get an opportunity to have some revenge against Lazuli now. So they're going to be meeting them in the next round. Of course, Nyam is going to be going up against Varel. From here on out, though, you're not eliminated. But if you lose these follow-up series, you're pushed into a position where you have to try to qualify for the major through that wild card tournament.
You don't get directly seeded, and you are, you're not going to be able to win OWCS Japan, which I know a lot of people say that the LAN is what matters and qualifying for LAN is what matters, but getting the prestige of winning OWCS Japan is also a huge deal. Playing in those finals, competing against the best of the best. So now the question becomes, because Varel will have to choose which team they want. I don't know if they're like on the phone right now, like, yeah, I'm locking it in, or if we'll find out tomorrow what they've chosen. I think they'll probably choose NyamGaming. I think Insomnia, while being a very predictable, very known quantity, just mechanically seems superior right now. And I mean, unless you think like Lazuli beat Insomnia last time, I mean, even still, like then you would pick Nyam. So like if you pick Nyam, maybe Lazuli just takes care of them for you again. That'd be my guess.
Sorry, that's my bet. I completely forgot that there was actually a opponent selection for Varel coming in as the #1 seed. My bad. But that's why you're here to cover up my my mistakes.
It's okay. It's okay. I didn't even somehow I blanked that you even made that mistake, but it's all good. I was just trying to think in my brain, like, is there any reason why you pick Insomnia as Varel? Like, they did beat them twice recently in the seeding tournament and at the end of regular season, but still, it was very close both times. I would not feel comfortable picking them here.
I would suspect that they end up going for Nyam, and they just kind of let the bracket play out as it's laid out at the moment. That would be my assumption, but I've been shocked by many, many things here in both Stage 1 and in Stage 2, so nothing is for certain until it's already happened. For the MFCX Supreme fans that are out there, I'm sure that they're probably going to watch this series and there's going to be like, we lost to this, we got reverse swept by this, NyamGaming. Like,
I mean, there's just a tier above.
It's just that
INSOMNIA, that is to say.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's INSOMNIA for the longest time was looking like the #1 team in the region. So there is no disgrace in that defeat whatsoever. And for Namakuji, it's also a super hype story. I mean, it was neat to see, like Tayo back into competitive play and whatnot. But for Namakuji to be this team that managed to, re-qualify, get themselves back in with a very different roster, and just overall look a lot cleaner. I think that's awesome. Because, I mean, even in Stage 1, like, Manhattan was like the guy who was just playing like Lifeweaver all the time.
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay, well, this isn't super legitimate, and you basically exist to just pull Nozzle out of bad positions. And then he comes in, and the development on Manhattan as kind of I assume the team captain has been super sick to see. So for Namakuji, stick with it. If you ever watch the English VOD of this, which I doubt, stick with it because we believe in you guys.
We believe in you guys.
Also, we like the slugs. We like the team icon and everything like that.
And sometimes, I feel like players like Tayo, you know what? They'll be okay. Tayo's going to be okay. He lost, but he's one of the most famous players of all time.
You know what Tayo's going to do? He's going to keep watching the games on his own stream, and he's going to be fine.
Yeah, he's probably doing it right now. And for a player like Menhera, for example, if they had lost and not made it to playoffs, like that might have been the end of his career. I mean, I'm not saying that it would have been, and he's very good, he's very talented, and he'll probably try to qualify again next year. But it is fun to see the younger underdog players actually find this success. Players like Peace, and he obviously didn't end up winning today, but I think he will find a home on a strong team. I would not even be shocked if he finds a home on like Vesta Crew or in a Korean team of some kind next season as well, just because he's Korean and super good.
Yeah.
I think no matter what Varel picks, like if they pick INSOMNIA, okay, that's a banger series right away. If they don't, then Lazuli and INSOMNIA, revenge story there, super sick as well. One of our series tomorrow will be like just automatically super hype, and the other one has the potential to be, depending on how Nyam play, because they took the decisive win over REVATI today as well. So big games tomorrow, and then we also decide who's clinching the wild card. So that's pretty sick as well. So 3 major best of 5s tomorrow. Yeah,
so kind of back to a bit of a more normal schedule with the 3 matches tomorrow. So that'll be super exciting to check out and whatnot. And I will be watching from home while I am hanging out with you and some others celebrating my birthday.
Yeah,
so that'll be
a good birthday, man. We got some bangers.
Oh, and we'll have Bren there as well. Be like an nice little reunion.
Yeah, maybe we'll see you guys in Twitch chat. Maybe we'll make a little cameo appearance.
Perhaps we'll be the ones. We'll open up Twitch chat and turn off emote mode for you guys if somebody forgets to do it. But I mean, it's gonna be sick, and it again feels weird to just see that we're kind of at the end of it all. Everything's culminating. We're starting to run the teaser ad for DreamHack and everything like that to really round out the season.
A lot of esports are kind of coming to their end here at the end of summer. It's crazy. Here's our results. The reason why it took us so long to bring these up is because there's a Japanese interview happening on the Japanese stream.
Correct.
And we kind of have to sit through this because we don't speak Japanese. But 3-1 for Nyam. I really thought REVATI was going to finally show up. I thought my GOAT was gonna end up playing well, but unfortunately had a really rough last few weeks, and REVATI are out, one of our dark horses from Stage 1, one of our favorites from Stage 2, gone. Nyam, the weakest team from Stage 1, actually making it to top 4. Like Namakuji brothers, it's a very cool story. Namakuji, I think they played a good series, but INSOMNIA was just a cut above.
Yeah.
We don't have confirmation on Varel's selection just yet, but I'm sure if you stick on their social media, maybe the OWCS Asia Twitter will also be updating. Otherwise, when we go live tomorrow, you'll know.
Yep, I would assume that all that's going to be coming out. People will need to know who they're going to be playing against and what to really expect ahead of time, because everyone's got to, they got to rack their brains so they can come up with their chat preds once that goes live, so that they can gamble with their sweet, precious little points. So
they are very precious.
Yes. So be ready to go ahead and assess and try to figure out what everything's going to look like. But for now, it will be yet to be determined.
That's right. Varel's match will be first, though. That is confirmed, and Lazuli's will be second. And then the third will be the losers of both of those matches playing for a chance to compete in the wild card match against Pacific and Korea teams that are on the same place in the bracket to decide who those final seeds for the Asia LAN will be. A lot of really cool and hype matches upcoming. Is going to be a very exciting tournament. But before we get there, we have to settle who is winning each region. And we don't know just yet. Crazy Raccoons dropping out early was a huge upset. It'd be crazy if Varel pick INSOMNIA and lose to them this time around, or maybe they lose to NyamGaming. That would be wild.
Could happen.
I'm pretty sure they actually did in regular season.
Could all happen.
It was really early. I don't know if I could check fast enough because I don't have. Where's Nyam? Right here, right here.
I'm gonna give you like 5 more seconds.
No, they lost 0-3 to Varel. It was a different team that upset them. No, that's Revati.
Yeah, you're looking at the wrong thing.
Oh, but they brought him to 5. They brought him to 5. They brought Varel to 5.
All right. Well, anyway, I'm glad we got that out of the way. But that's going to do it for tonight. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Of course, the action will continue tomorrow with those games, and then we'll be getting into the nitty-gritty with the grand finals and everything like that happening this weekend. So there's still plenty more OWCS action to watch, just not tonight. We'll see you next time.
discussed.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
Steve, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hard work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano 2. This might just be enough.